How's everybody doing now?
Oh, I guess right after high school, ended up joining the army.
You guys seem way more chill than that intro. I'm ready to take your fucking country back. I don't even live there.
Dude, we should get a boxing match going.
Smack the shit out of it.
That sounded wrong. I have to highlight that one.
Stay the hell out of the left lane if you're not passing.
You're so salty about this charge.
Finally, a law that I can get you. You're driving in the left lane, it's punishable by death. You don't have to have a massive channel to make an impact, you know?
Steve, you smoke like a girl.
Always there.
I do not sound like Jalen.
So I dropped the wheelchair jokes. He's like, just fuck him.
You know, that's what the whole freedom of speech is.
That's a good point. Everybody gets a
You don't have to agree with it, but you best defend their right to do it. You don't know your rights. You don't have any.
You just got a bidet.
The Constitution doesn't give you rights. You have natural.
Bidet will change your life.
But the Constitution...
You'll never go back.
Well, Barney's bastard, he ruined it for everything.
I bet he wanted to knock him up.
It's because they are raised identity. Teach these government nerds that all swear an oath to it what our freedoms are because they're so lazy they don't.
I had a fun night. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time.
You know, don't live on the past or take the present for granted and only think about the future.
People are wearing blinders. They don't understand what...
I'm not going to apologize for that.
Calling him an idiot.
I'm really disappointed in
Something just didn't agree on.
and all my money on
I'm guilty of inciting my constitutional right.
they don't like and they don't like. Love y'all.
You're never going to please everyone.
I don't think that God sees different races.
We lost a lot of people during COVID, and most of them are still alive.
There's lots of weird stuff going on here.
Close your eyes if you're squeamish. And shout out to LSP and Dave's Not Here, man. You guys were very generous with the super chats, and I love you guys and
Appreciate everyone in chat. It's fun to talk about things and try to figure things out.
Welcome to Harloha's and Dave's Not Here, man.
We've talked about some crazy stuff tonight. I love to see different people's takes on different subjects. Much love to you all. Stay prayed up, man. God is good. Love each other and be kind.
much love, much aloha, and most important, God bless.
Deep in the YouTube stream we dive. Real connections keep us alive. Comments echo through the night. Spread the love, it feels
That's
so
a banger
right.
right there.
Aloha, everyone. Welcome to Steve Harloha, and Dave's not here, man. And at the moment, Dave is not here, but we got the Nut House in the house. What's up, brother?
Hey, thanks for having me on, Steve. Appreciate you, brother.
Oh yeah, thank you for coming on, man. This is awesome. It's I'm gonna say hi to everyone in chat real quick. Wow, I looked away for 15 seconds and a bunch more people came in.
Nice.
So we got Cheryl Rich, C Wolf, Angels Don't Fall, Neil's Han Dynasty. Vote for Neil, everyone. Jalen, what's up, brother Jalen? Gigi's Unhinged. Snooks, there's Snooks. Who else
Hey,
am I
Steve.
missing? I think
What's
I got.
up?
Oh yeah, and Wingnut. What's up, Anarchy Television? But yeah, and who was it? Someone said the title. Something about the title. The title got me.
Oh, that was Gigi said that. I agree. I like the title. I like the picture that you put to go with it too. I thought you did a great job on it, Steve.
Yeah, it's because the weird thing about all that is I mean, I believe in UFOs, aliens. I do believe in all that, right? But
Right.
never seen one or witnessed one or never met an alien that I know of. But so that whole thing on what was it, December 3rd, how UFOs are going to be fighting other UFOs and whatever was going to happen.
Uh-huh.
It's like I knew it wasn't going to happen, but that little part of my brain's like, anything's possible,
Yeah, for sure. Like, I I'm always open minded, but I think they're real. My mind is that they're probably demons. I don't think they're from like some other planet like Uranus. Right.
Right. Yeah, me too. I think they're from the deep ocean because that's my main question that I've had for a long time is only like what 5 or 10% of the deep ocean's been explored,
Uh-huh.
and even NASA in the late '70s stopped exploring the deep ocean and started trying to get off of Earth. So it's like, why are they trying to get away from Earth? Why don't you just finish exploring what we have no ideas down there? Because that's where I think they're ori- they originate from.
That's a great theory.
Possibly.
I've never even heard that before. That completely makes sense though, because they're like
Right.
they're not around us all the time. You know what I mean? But yeah, the ocean's unexplored. That completely makes sense. Or what about Hollow Earth? Maybe they're like connected there somehow, like they're
Yeah.
inside the Earth.
Yep. Because
I don't
why?
know.
I mean, why has NASA since the '70s been continuously trying to figure out ways to, like, look, we need to be able to live on Mars. We need to be able to live on, like, why are you? What are you trying to escape from? Like,
Mhm.
what's wrong with Earth? What don't we know?
Yeah, it seems like there's more to that, huh? The whole Martian thing. Like, what is really behind it? Because that's what I always ask. Like, whenever I look at something in the news, I never take it at face value. There's always some other reason. There's some other programming in there that they want us to think. It's like everything is like bait for something else. You know what I mean? Like problem, reaction, solution, or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how I look at the
Yeah.
news. That's how I look at politics, everything. It's all controlled by the elites, whatever you want to call them, in my
Right.
mind.
And that's like another part of the title. Is it the real deal or a clever illusion? Because I'd say 95% of everything they're telling us is a distraction
Right.
to.
Yeah, it's like they're hurting us. You know what I mean? Like they're like moo, like everyone's being put into the dirt. That's how like the left and right is. It's all like, you know, let's which I feel freer that way, actually, not being worried about the news. It kind of related to like not watching football anymore. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
it's just like it's there to kind of like program people in different ways, get them angry or upset or spend all their energy on something. And then think about it this way too. That's like a whole half of the country that people are hating on. You know what I mean? And when they've been programmed to do that, you know what I mean? They didn't just wake up one day and say, I'm going to hate you for this. And they learn that, and it's
Yeah,
kind of, you know,
learned behavior for sure.
yeah, exactly. So, I think they're probably demons. But that's my theory on it. I could be wrong, but that's how I think about it. What do you think they're like? Are think they're aliens or reptilians or do you have any theories on that, Steve?
Yeah, I kind of think, well, a couple different things that I think there's like actual like aliens, but then I also believe that there's the reptilians, like you just said, and partially demons too. So it's kind of, I don't know. It's almost like kind of like what was supposed to happen on the third is UFOs are going to be fighting like the Air Force or whatever, but then UFOs would also be fighting other UFOs. So like those other UFOs would be like the demon ones or the reptilian ones, and the UFO because like there's good and bad and everything, right? So I
Yeah,
think there's more than one type of alien, and yeah, I mean, I don't know, there's 90% of the deep ocean. There could be like whole other planets down there. You know what I mean?
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I
Doing the
can see that.
same shit that's happening here on the surface, right? Like,
Yeah, there could definitely be like different races of them or something, or like different
right, yeah,
species or something.
right, yep. Yeah, I guess, yeah, I guess that's what I was trying to say then. Yeah, different species, different races, different. Because if it would be UFOs fighting other UFOs, it'd be like reptilians against, aliens, the good guys, reptilians, the evil bad guys. Left versus the right,
Right.
pulling all the
Exactly.
same shit that they pull on the surface.
I think that basically, I think what's going to happen is, stop me if I'm wrong, or if you want to guide the conversation a different road. But like, I kind of think that like, um, I've been hearing this for like years that there's going to be an alien, like Project Blue Beam, illusion. They're going to basically bring out aliens at some point, and then use that as a way to like steer everyone away from Christ. Like they're going to say, um,
To false god. To
yeah, like they're going to be like, you ever watch Prometheus? It was like one of those movies from the Alien series.
It sounds familiar, but I haven't really watched any movies in a long time. But it rings a bell.
Well, you're not missing much because most of the movies aren't really good anymore. But like, so, but in the movie, basically, Prometheus, or in that movie, there's this alien character, and it figured, hey, Donna, what's up? So thanks for coming here. So Donna followed me here, and Wolfie, and
Oh,
like a lot of, so I try to like get people to come, share
right
you out.
on. Yeah, aloha and welcome everyone that is here, and thank you for being here.
So so basically the idea is that that they're not really aliens, they're demons, but who knows, from what we talked to, but that's the theory anyway, but that could be wrong, Steve. But in any event,
Right.
according to the theory, they're going to be demons, and they're going to be brought out in front of everyone and be used to say something like, I don't know exactly what it is, but it's something like, oh, you guys got it all wrong. All these religions, they're wrong. We're the ones that brought that to you guys back then, right? And you over the years, you must have mistranslated things or something. So let me show you the real religion, right? Or as a trick, right? Or it could be something like, um, look, it wasn't God that created you. We did. We came here like 3 millennia ago, and we made you in test tubes. So it's whatever it is, some flavor of that. It's going to be set up to like uh to deceive people, to take people's
Yep.
focus away from God. You know what I mean? And whether you agree or not, that's fine. But that's the theory anyway. And I believe it's
No,
going to be.
I've heard that. I've heard that, and I do believe that too. Because I mean, they kind of been doing it since what, the '70s, probably longer. But I mean, you look at movies from the late '80s, early '90s about alien, but it was always, oh, that we knew this is fake because da 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 da. But then, like 10, 15 years later, some of that stuff actually ended up being true. And then, I mean, remember a long time ago, anyone that talked about aliens, they like made them look like a crazy person because they even believe it. But now the government's like, oh yeah, that's real. It's like, well, what? I thought we were crazy if we thought there was aliens.
Oh
So it's
yeah,
kind of
okay,
like
that's
they've
a great
been,
point.
predictive programming, I think is what they call it.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
that's how they get you ready for it, and then they'll do like what you were saying, and then that no one will be shocked because everyone's kind of been programmed for it over the decades,
That's a
and
great
then
point.
you know,
Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly, Steve. Man, you're absolutely right. It's like they program everyone to think one way, like you said, like, oh, that's goofy, that's strange, and then all of a sudden they're reprogrammed to think, oh, that's not so different. You know what I mean? I agree. It kind of shows you how like how much respect I have for the programming and their abilities. I don't like with sandbag them. I think like that they have a lot of ability to trick and fool people, and use psychology against them to think, and whatever they want. It's amazing to me.
it
It's like,
is.
yeah, like how deep they're, because for me, like being a guy, or if someone's a girl, like that's pretty primal. You know what I mean? That's like there's very little that's more um basic than that. And so to get so many people to not, no offense to anybody, but to get anybody to like question that, that just shows me how profound their power is over people's thinking, and without even doing mind control or voice to skull technology or anything, just like psychologically programming people to think a certain way, you know.
Yeah.
Hmm. So anyway, so with the idea behind it is that they're going to try to take people's focus off of God or whatever. Yeah, and I don't know exactly how it'll happen. I don't know how it will happen. I think it will. And I'm so basically what's people have been like predicting that like for a long, long time, for years and years and years. But I think it's going to happen during this next 4 years. I think during Trump's administration, I've got a video whenever you're ready, if you want, to show that talks about that. And for and just for you, Steve, because like it's something I haven't even shown on my own channel. I just learned about it earlier today, and I saved it specially for you, so that way, this way my way of thanking you.
Oh hell yeah, yeah. Let's check it out.
Okay,
Sure.
we put it in the back. Now the first part of it is like something I've already played on my channel, but it's what's more important is like the last part. It blew my mind when I saw that. I was like, what the heck? Okay, video file is going to be called. Okay, here we go. And so I didn't want to come empty handed because like for me, it's like it's a way of just like, showing support for you. But
Right. No, I appreciate it big time, brother. Oh, there we go. All right, let's see. Let me switch this up real quick.
So I make it no secret that watching movies is something of a guilty pleasure of mine. The good part about this, though, is that they have to put the truth in plain sight in movies, but you have to have the eyes to see it. So they tell us their plans ahead of time in the films, and it's one of those spiritual laws that they have to abide by. So I try to stay alert and use discernment when I watch a movie. Once you know the truth, though, it's kind of hard not to. Anyway, I just watched the new Venom movie, and I noticed something. The movie seems to symbolically connect Venom with Trump and the alien deception. If you guys can, though, please share this video out for me. I never ask for money here on YouTube, but sharing this video out for me would be greatly appreciated. That I actually would appreciate. So I'm going to talk about the movie and how it relates to my point, as well as include other evidence outside the film to strengthen my case. So we will start with making a connection between Trump and Venom and his snake speech.
Now she hurried home from work that night as soon as she arrived. She found that pretty snake she'd taken and had been revived. "Take me in, O tender woman. Take me in, for heaven's sake. Take me in, O tender woman," sighed the snake. Now she clutched him to her bosom. "You're so beautiful," she cried. "But if I hadn't brought you in by now, you might have died." Now she stroked his pretty skin, and then she kissed and held him tight. But instead of saying thanks, as they gave her a vicious bite. "I saved you," cried that woman. "And you bit me even? Why? You know your bite is poisonous, and now I'm going to die." "Oh, shut up, silly woman," said the reptile with a grin. "You knew damn well I was a snake before you took me in."
This is one of those scenes from the movie where Tom Hardy's character loses a shoe. There are several of them, so he loses his shoe several times throughout the movie, just in case you missed the point the first time. And keep in mind that the title of the movie is The Last Dance. So the implication here is that you need shoes to dance. So the film's title tells you that the missing shoe is symbolic. It's important. This is a reference to Trump's missing shoe from the supposed assassination attempt. As I covered in one of my previous videos, giving up one's shoe is a Masonic ritual connected to renouncing one's legal rights over a land deal. So Venom is an alien from outer space. So if you put it all together, the implication is that Project Bluebeam and the alien deception will happen during the Trump administration at some point during the next 4 years that he is in office, in my opinion. The coding and the symbolism of this movie all points to that. Also, the Masonic shoe symbolism with Trump losing a shoe, like the main character in the film losing a shoe multiple times, is linked to a Jewish wedding ceremony in the Old Testament, where the groom hands over the shoe to cancel the wedding and renounce his rights to the land that he would have received via the wedding ritual. And if you look at the movie posters to Venom, The Last Dance, you will see the words, "Till death do they part," which is an obvious reference to wedding vows. What a coincidence. But now for the best part that I'm revealing exclusively on this stream for Steve Harloha. Trump was born on June 14th. The Roswell event that started this whole alien phenomena happened also on June 14th, near Roswell. But now here comes the best part. Are you ready for this? Trump was president during the Spanish word for crown, also a Mexican beer, in 2020. I'm dancing around that because I don't know what YouTube is going to do to punish people for saying the word. So there you go. Now get this. This is the same name of the town where all this alien stuff started. It didn't start in Roswell. It started in a nearby town of the same name as the 2020 thing, which led to the jab. So there you go. And that's it. Oh,
No shit. I never knew that. Yeah,
right?
you said there was that twist at the end.
Yeah, that's like, so I want to make sure I saved it just for your show. So because I
Thanks
thought,
for the shout out in there
yeah,
too.
brother, yeah, no
cool, man.
worries, brother. Like just trying to help out, man. I mean, like that's the way it is, though. You gotta like look out for your friends, man.
Yeah, that was wow. That's man.
Drippy, huh? Like the
That
whole.
is
I don't know what I can say on here, but the CORONA, you know, like that matches up.
right.
Both June
The
14th. The whole thing started June 14th, and now look like, and then in the movie is talking about it, and so I don't know. That's why you know. Oh, here's the other trippy thing. As soon as I made that video, a week later, I didn't even know about this because I don't watch the news. But like, all of a sudden, Congress is talking about like the UAO, or what they call it now, UFOs and everything else. They had a big like thing about it, and so yeah, that's why I think the other thing is that like I don't want to dwell too much on it, but um, that there's also this book that predicts that Trump's is basically the last president. Um, so, it's I did not know that. That is interesting. Count. I knew it was Flag Day, but I didn't realize it's dead center of the calendar. Wow, how weird is that? Like
I never
180.
knew that. Dead
Yeah, I
center
didn't
of the
know that either. What
calendar.
a trip, right? So, and like, so this book is written by this guy named, I don't, you probably already know this, but like Ingersoll Lockwood. It was called the Last President, and he also predicted like not what was it that there'd be a presidency, the last president, there'd be a civil war. The guy lives on in Fifth Avenue, New York, like Trump, and there's this guy named Pence in the book, and then there's
Oh,
also right, and then there's someone called Baron Trump, and the one is like his protege or whatever is someone named Don. So yeah, and he lived at the same time as Tesla with the time machine stuff. And Trump's uncle was the guy from MIT who I think is the FBI or someone put him in charge of collecting all of Tesla's documents. So he may have ended up with the time machine stuff. But anyway, I
yeah,
just thought it'd
because
be interesting.
Tesla. That's a whole interesting story in itself with Tesla, right?
Oh yeah,
'Cause, yeah, they like more what over 75% of his stuff is missing. Like
damn.
whatever you want to call it, but yeah, it's and even though I know a few people mentioned in comments too far fetched, I'm calling BS, but I don't know. I don't believe in coincidences and those.
Yeah, that's all right. I just like I don't need to convince everybody. If you disagree, that's fine.
Right,
It's no skin off my back.
right,
You know,
right. Yeah, either way, if you don't believe it, it's still entertaining. Yeah, but I don't
right?
know. I just don't believe in coincidences, and those are a lot of strange coincidences. You know what I'm saying? Oh, LSP. Thank you, Lord Spike Protein. You're the man, brother. Shoot, I'm gonna give a shout out to Lord Spike Protein. Where's my videos at? We're gonna give him this one right here. Thank you, Lord Spike.
Getting down with the super chat. For the love of you know I'm back. Getting down with the super chat. For the love of you know I'm back.
I love that video.
Man, that's cool. How do you get that going? Like, you have to like show me how you do that sometime. That's cool. I want to be able to do. You just hit a button and bip, it plays that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, you can
Hella
upload
badass.
them in the StreamYard under brand. You can upload them in the back there, but they can only be a certain size.
Huh.
But it's fun making them too now because I got one of those AI music ones where I just type in I basically type in what I want the song about.
Uh-huh.
Some of them I actually write the lyrics, but then it'll still change it and makes it even better. But so then
Yeah.
it's your own music too, so you don't have to worry about copyright.
Yeah, that's a good thing too. Absolutely. Trippy though, huh? About
But
the date, the same date the whole alien thing started on, and the name of the that beer that mashed up in 2020.
right, I never knew there was a Rona. I just say Rona. I've never gotten
Rona.
in
Okay.
trouble yet.
Yeah,
So
yeah. I'm trying to be careful, looking out for you. So like maybe like a yeah, that's it. That would be, I guess, would be a town in New Mexico. I guess I didn't know that was around either.
yeah, and that was what, like 30 years before I was born, and I still never knew that till just now. That's crazy.
Oh, here's the other thing too. Is that like I was watching this thing, and if I'm talking too much, let me know, Steve. But like um
Right.
where they were talking about this guy has done all this research. He's like a very like what's the word I'm looking for? Clinical, like a clinical researcher. Oh,
Right.
thanks, Wild Country. Appreciate you, brother. And he was like, he looked into all these cases for like patterns and all that sort of thing. And what he noticed was that like in a lot of these stories, it would happen again and again and again. Is that whenever someone called out Jesus's name, the abduction stopped right there. Do you know what I mean? So that's happened like, that's one of those patterns that kind of like leads credence to the thought that maybe they are demons, or at least some of them, like we're talking about. Because I don't know, honestly, Steve, I don't know all this stuff. I'm just speculating, really.
Right. Well, no, that would make more sense too, because yeah, because I'm also into the spirits and ghosts and whatever you want to call it, afterlife, and yeah, that's a lot of time when people think they got ghosts in their house. It's like it's not ghosts, dude. That's demons. But then the power of Christ compel you, and the shit stops. You know, so kind of the same thing. If they bring Jesus into it, and then they would stop,
And
kind
he
of leads
wasn't
to
a Christian.
demons.
The guy who like came up with that theory, he was just observing like a scientist. He had nothing. He wasn't like pushing for any kind of agenda or something. Very like just the facts, kind of scientific or something. Hey, thanks, Candy. Thank you. Love you, Candy.
Yeah, aloha and welcome everyone that the Nut House brought over, and thank you guys for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Man, really cool. But other than that, and it seems like there's like a ton of programming, like you're talking about earlier, predictive programming, where like all the stuff that's coming out in movies and stuff. So usually that's like for me where there's smoke, there's fire. So like when they do that, they're not just doing it for a reason. In my opinion, they're probably going to bring it out. And the other thing is like in that book, it calls him the last president. So that's why I think for a number of reasons. But I don't want to go too far off in that topic because we're talking about aliens and stuff. So, have you ever seen a UFO? I think you said you haven't seen one.
I do have a video from shoot, probably a year and a half, 2 years ago now, but it possibly, but then the more I watch it, the more I look at it, I'm like, I don't know, it could have been like something with the lens or a glare. But then at the same, it's like I'm 50-50 on it. I'll try to pull it up
Okay.
in a minute. This isn't it, but this is just something else. I'll just play while we're talking.
Okay.
But this is just UFO sightings just from November.
Wow.
But and it's yeah. I'm not gonna play the audio because I know I'll get copyright from this channel. They're like million subscribers, but yeah, just stuff like that. I mean, I haven't seen anything like that. That's for sure.
That kind of fits like the testimonies about these things where they can just stop on a dime and go in a completely different direction.
Right. Yep. Now
Too
I
like
got. Let's see. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
no, I'm more. You go for it, Steve. Just like trying to fill in the blank.
No, I was just gonna say I got to remember the name of that video I did and how long ago it was. Let's see.
Sometimes I wonder too, like if they can, like, especially with all the technologies out now, like wondering what stuff is fake and what's not fake. And even with like crude technology, they could have like a little flashlight or something on a window or something, and then it would reflect off the glass. I've seen stuff like that with ghost footage before, where it was actually
Right.
just use a low tech trickery where they were just using the reflections off of glass or something. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what to think anymore. Like from watching stuff, sometimes I get fooled. Like I was watching this. So I'm not very sophisticated about that stuff. Like you're way more sophisticated than I am. I was watching a video on YouTube. It was like, I don't know if you've seen it or not, but it had like a an octopus that was on a boat, and they're like, "Look at the sea monster," and it looked way real. And then I was totally fooled. I thought it was real. I didn't even think about it because my mind just accepted it. And then I looked at the notes, and people were like, "Oh, that's fake," because octopuses have 8 legs, and like this thing had like 16 or something.
Right.
I wasn't even paying attention to it.
Did you ever see that one of some dude on a boat and he's holding like this white kind of transparent thing, and like at the very top of it, it was like this alien face like popping out, and I wish I could remember the name of that. I'd have to find it, but it's like it's got to be fake, but then again, it looks so real. So it's like, what the hell is that? But then that brings me back to like, what's really in the deep ocean? Nobody
Mhm.
knows, you know. But
Right.
this is the one. Actually, this was over 2 years ago. I just looked. So yeah, and this we were talking earlier backstage, but how much my editing has improved.
Right.
But yeah, this was over 2 years. I know that.
Down, I will never hold back. Success up on my mind, and I want it so bad. I will never hold back.
And not to mention, look at this cloud. You
Uh-huh.
got a eye, like a mouth right there. I mean, just that, and that's what caught my attention because I was walking my dog. I was walking Pablo,
Uh-huh.
and I just started recording because of the cloud. And then when I got back home and was rewatching it, then I noticed this was coming up. But I don't know that cloud. It looks like a cat's face or something. It's
It
just
does. That's the same exact thing my mind went to. It looks like a kinda half human, half cat face or something. Like,
right.
yeah.
And that was like the only cloud in the sky. Like the rest of the sky was clear. You could see stars, and then there was just that. And that's like east of us where I'm at, and also kind of right above Pearl Harbor. So
Actually,
lots of
like
military, and then it makes you think like, what are they doing? Test? Is it the military? Is it, or is it just a glare on my from my phone?
could be like some Project Bluebeam thing or something where they're getting
Right.
ready to use the clouds. I can see that being possible with the weather control. Just like, I don't know if it's HARP or something, but like just manipulating clouds to look like, whatever they want to, I guess. So it could be that.
Right.
Or you're
Right.
right, it
Hey.
could be the glare, who knows?
Yep. That's Howard County Observer, aloha, Big Chap, aloha, brother. Hey, Big Chap, I still haven't even got my computer looked at yet, but I'm still gonna get a hold of you, and it's still like on my top priority list. So I'll get a hold of you before the end of the week. But
Yeah, it
look at
looks
that
kinda like
cloud.
cats, like a costume from the show Cats or something.
Right. And the weird thing too is it's the only cloud in the sky, and it was just that one. Like it just looks fake now. Now that I'm watching it again, it kind of looks fake. But then here's where, yeah, see, I made this video too long. Yeah, this video is way too long. Right there, that little, and then
It
it
works.
moves all the way up there, and then it charts back down.
Yeah.
I think, and it's kind of floating right there.
Did you film this?
Yep. Yeah,
It-
this is from my
well, that's pretty legit. Then, and you never know. It looks kind of like what a UFO would do. Who knows?
right, and then right there, back here, it kind of disappeared behind the clouds. You can still see it, but it kind of, and then it, oh, and then it just like shoots
There he
over.
goes. Bam.
So, but yeah, I don't know. It's just one of those things where anything in life, the human brain automatically. Oh, I did a second one on it too. I forgot. The human brain automatically tries to justify what's going on. So if it's something just like bizarre and crazy that there's no way it could be real, the human brain would just automatically justify it to make it so it's not bizarre. So
Yeah.
it's like, is that what I thought it was, or is my brain just like, oh, it's just a glare, and then that justifies it for me?
You know what's funny about that too is that, like, in my personal opinion, like, people that are sane, they look for patterns. It's like more healthy for us to look for patterns of things. So it's kind of like a double sword because it's good for other things. Of course, I think people that are crazy or have mental issues and all that, it might not offense to anybody, but I think that it's like where the patterns aren't connecting. Like maybe those parts of their brain aren't communicating or something. Because
Right.
that's why I think just from studying people over time, it seems like that people who get angry are the ones that, like, usually they're frustrated because they don't see how the connections to how to get what they want in life and stuff.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Damn, I never even thought about that.
Yeah,
That makes a lot of sense for like a few people I've known or dealt with in the past. That kind of like,
I was talking to someone who is super smart about psychology and all that before, and they like studied the DSM-4 and whatnot, and they knew something about medications and this that and the other thing. They're not like a clinical psychologist or anything like that, but like, but super sharp, like with people and whatnot. And that's just from talking to them and what they had learned about and read about, what was on their mind. It completely made sense to me. Like, for example, like let's say someone that has difficulty, because this is pretty primal to me. Because that's the way I look at people. I look at everyone basically as everybody in life. I don't want to go too far off topic, but they're basically motivated by very few things. You know what I mean? That they want to procreate in one way or another, whether they realize it or not. They want to uh, they want to eat, they want the security, etc. They want to be loved. There's like it's not a very complicated list. So like the ways people go about getting those things depend on what skills, etc., that they have in life. You know what I'm saying? So like, say for example, someone who I don't really want to dwell on this too much because I don't want to act like I'm trying to be the big cheese, but like somebody who has difficulty talking to the opposite sex, right? They don't really know what they want, etc. So for that person, they're missing that pattern, and so they don't know, they haven't figured out the pattern to get to be where they're happy in life with that, meeting that need. You know what I mean? So because
yeah,
they can't, they're disconnecting that pattern, then it makes them like try other crazy things, you know what I'm saying, or whatever, and it could cause other aspects of their life to go haywire because they haven't seen the connections and those kind of things, etc. I'm just using that as an example, but it's not like everything's centered around that, but that's just one of those.
no, that makes sense because yeah, it's one of those things where I always thought like, or when I always think like, I don't understand why this person does that or why they're doing this that way. And then I just tell myself, well, of course you don't understand it because you wouldn't do it that way, but they probably don't understand why I do things certain, but then it's like, yeah, but most people wouldn't do it that way. So then it's like, does that just make them crazy? But that makes sense because no, they just those parts aren't connecting for those patterns for
Right.
them to be able to, put that together.
And like you're saying, the opposite side of that is that because we're so hardwired to look for patterns, or we'll see a face in a picture that there's no face there, but our mind will make us see a face to make it
Yep.
like we're trying to make order out of the chaos, I guess, or something. You know,
Yep.
maybe that goes back to when we were hunters or something. You know what I mean? Like you're looking for the pattern of like the footprints, or I don't know what. I'm kind of reaching for stuff here, but yeah, I think we're on the same page though.
Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. It reminds, because when you say patterns, it reminds me and this is so true too, because it happened to me. I forgot how, but anyway, basically, not this exactly, but like if you're just thinking about red cars, then when you go out and about, you're gonna see red cars everywhere. It's just gonna stick out to you because that's what you're thinking about, right?
Yeah, what you're
Like when
focused
I
on.
bought my work van's a 2010 Ford Transit Connect, right? Weird
Uh,
looking van. Never seen it in my life. I was just like, "What the hell? That van's funky looking," but it was a good deal, so I got it. After I got it, I see them everywhere. I'm like, "How did I never see?" But it's not like they just popped up after I bought the one I bought, you know what I mean? But
yeah,
then
that's a good point. It's kind of like I was watching a show one time where like I was about like becoming a salesperson or something, and this the person it was kind of like a reality TV show, so I don't know how true it was, but basically this guy was trying to beat someone else. Maybe it was an Apprentice episode or something. I don't know what it was, but like um this guy had paid people ahead of time to put up all these subliminal posters like "They Live" or something all up and
yeah,
down the street that he controlled where they were driving on. Um, and then when he got to the meeting, everyone had the same thing on their mind and didn't even realize that they were programmed by all the messages that were going by till they actually got to
dude,
the
that
office.
sounds so familiar. I
I
think
bet you watched it. I don't remember what it's
uh,
called.
it sounds so familiar, yep. Yeah, I know I did because it's all coming back. Because I have to visualize everything, and now, like, little clips are popping in my head. But yeah, they'd slow it they went back and showed, like, driving the people to the meeting, and they'd, like, slow it down and be like, "Look, here's this huge poster with this on it,"
Yep.
and then they'd drive a little further, and they'd slow it down, and it'd be something else going on that like, this all the subliminal shit, right?
Yeah, exactly.
That's Yeah, I did see that.
Yeah, that was
Uh,
trippy. That was like mind boggling to me. I
yeah,
got a lot out of that. Like when I was growing up, you know, basically I didn't have a whole lot of money at home, and there was like a lot of not fun stuff happening at home, and so basically I went out into the world because I was missing whatever it was at home. So I basically tried to be friendly to everybody, and so in the process, like I got burned a lot of times because not everybody's nice out there, and so I was
yep,
kind of naive, and so I went out and I was trying to be friends with everyone. I probably went through hundreds, maybe 1,000 people or more, and then but through that, I I started it was like kind of like an unintentional learning process. I started to figure out what makes people do what they do. You know what I mean? And
right,
it's so now like sometimes like uh I've like sometimes people have the same hand gestures. Like say if someone's lying to you and they'll touch their nose or whatever it is. I'm just using that as an example. And then after a while seeing so many patterns, like that's what people really are, is really like patterns. And like what'll happen is you'll for me anyways, I'll like I'll see someone, they'll tell me something and I already know if they're lying or not, because or if they're telling the truth or what their true motivations are, etc., based upon it could be like just a hand gesture or a word they use or something where it triggers my mind and seeing that pattern in other people doing the same thing. So like I was saying, most people they're motivated by like maybe five or so things really, and everything else is
yep,
like is like for example the person who's they're great at sports or whatever, then they'll use that to their advantage or getting ahead or whatever. Or someone else is like they're super charismatic or or whatever it is that they have in life they try to use to like to get what they want out of everything else. What's funny to me though, Steve, is I had an earthquake earlier today. I barely felt it, and the first thing I thought of was like how we're going to do this live stream. I was like, look, that's how awesome you and I are. It's like even the earth trembles when we come together.
right, right.
Right? The earth is literally moving for this, right? And So I was like just so stoked to do this week, Steve. So I'm grateful for you. But I was, what was funny is like we had to evacuate from the coast where I live at, and so this is what I trip off of is like I was so we had to go to a different place, and everyone had the same idea of, and so a bunch of cars kind of ended up driving to the same place, and and when I got out of the car, then I realized, man, what is wrong with all these dudes, man? And I was like, a lot of dudes, they go into this kind of uh, like being fight mode or something. You know what I'm saying? Which I could go that route. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's just like when there's not a reason for it. That was so intriguing to me because like what I was saying is like, is the people around me okay? You know what I mean? Just thinking of not of yourself, but the people around you, which I know you do, right? And having consideration, think, oh my God, we're in this emergency situation. We're all human here. We should like be looking out for each other, but that's not the
Right.
way they get. A lot of dudes think that they're all like, I've seen this psychology so many times. Like I don't know if you ever get this or not, but like, sometimes you try to be happy with everybody and they just don't want it because they're insecure. They're always on guard. They have to show I'm the tough guy. I was like, I can knock a full out. Don't get me wrong. You know what I'm saying? But like,
Right. No,
still,
no,
why
because
would
I took a online college course, like, I don't know, I was in my 20s, but because I've always been interested in psychology and the way people think, because it random choice of words, but it blows my mind how other people think, but it makes a lot more sense too the more you learn about it because yeah, a lot of guys, especially insecure, they
right,
automatically go into that, and on top of that, if you got one or two or three guys in the same place doing that, people start to group think, and it's a lot easier for like, so if three dudes are already doing it, another dude's like, oh yeah, well I got to be tough too, and then boom, now all of a sudden you got this gang of people all trying to be tough guys,
right.
and,
It's
you know,
ridiculous, because how's that going to solve anything? And it's like, but it just like, for example, like I'll see like sometimes I'll be out and about. I'll see some guys like completely out of shape. You know what I mean? And and like still trying to stick their chest out or whatever. And I'm just thinking like, dude, don't even bother. You know what I mean? Like, but like,
right,
you know what I mean? Like, and like it's just all these times where like, look, are we in USC time or something? Is like, am I holding up a gun to you? Is there some kind of, you know, I don't see what the emergency, but in their head, there's always the emergency has to do with that insecurity or something where they think they're showing us that like they're the alpha. You know what I'm saying? But what it tells me is just the opposite. That like
yep,
you know what I'm saying? So it's like for me, it's like, and like even if you were this, that, and the other thing, especially in an emergency situation, I guess there are two ways you can look at it. That's the way I looked at it from here. Is either you could still be retain your humanity and look out for the people around you, or you could turn into an animal. You know what I'm saying? And like everyone's out for themselves, and you're just looking for the weak one in the herd, or you know what I mean? And
right, yep,
that to me was eye opening. How people could just change like that, like just no more humanity. It's just so it just shows how selfish we are as a culture sometimes. You know what I mean?
right,
Like,
and that's
that
the
to me is like
scary part too, is if they could change just like that, and back to like the groupthink thing, where yeah, if they change just like that, and so many start doing it, there's going to be so many sheeple that are going to follow it, and which is it, but anyway, yeah, I think the same thing with the because the real man that it's a tough guy only does that when it's absolutely necessary. You know what I mean?
right,
He
exactly,
doesn't.
because you wanna just, like, fight everyone, and there you go, yeah, you're right, and I've met a lot of people who've been, like, gangsters and this, that, like, the real deal, you know what I mean? And,
Yeah.
they're always quiet, they don't like, "Hey, look at me, look at what I can do," you know what I mean? Like, all that, I don't know,
Right.
but, what's funny about it, though, it shows that part of humanity that's like, or maybe not just humanity, because if you well, I was starting to look at like, it's gonna get to aliens in a second here, but like if you look at like any species, like ants, the ants are fighting each other, right? even if they're the same kind of ants, they're one colony's fighting the other colony. People fight each other, right? Dogs
Really?
fight each other, cats fight each other, right? Just this to some extent to live in this carnal existence is a struggle. It's combat. It's a fight. It's a this drama fest or whatever you want to call it. And even the plants fight each other. I didn't realize that till a few years back that like one plant will strangle the other plant for the nutrients, and there's this whole warfare that just goes unnoticed by us because it's so slow motion. Or a tree is like blocking out the light of something else, so it has to grow out sideways and it falls over or something. So it got muscled out by some other tree. So this whole existence is at war with itself. You know what I mean? It's like it's a whole big conflict. So the reason why I bring it up is like if there if there are aliens that were from some other place, then that more than likely their motives wouldn't be let's go travel thousands of miles and help someone. You know what I mean? They're probably
Yeah.
like how the Europeans were when they came to the Americas. You know what I'm saying? Like
Yeah,
it's like the
yeah, like
history.
they did with Hawaii. They just came in and took over. They didn't come to
Yeah,
help. They
yeah,
made it seem
right,
like that, but
right, exactly.
see, that blows
So
my mind about the plants. I never knew that, but it makes complete sense. Like, yeah,
yeah,
I
it blew
never
my
knew
mind
that.
too. And because I always thought, oh, plants are so peaceful. You know what I mean? Like it's so tranquil, but it's just a slower warfare. You know what I mean? And so
Yeah.
like once you kind of just and just like feel the vibration of everything around you, then you realize that the whole thing is just nothing but conflict. You know what I'm saying? So like spirituality, whatever, it comes from that calmness. I think. You know what I mean? Like uh, like it's similar, like where you're denying the world. You know what I'm saying? Like, um, and allowing you know the higher uh, you know motivations, and it really what in my mind what comes down is like selfishness versus selflessness. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
starts.
absolutely.
So I think
Take
the aliens probably
Count
would. I don't think they
Count
would.
Trumpula just put
He's funny. Oh man,
Count
he
He
cracks
just
me up.
put that song in my head. Run to the hills.
Iron Maiden.
See
I love that Iron Maiden, man.
Iron Maiden, yeah.
Yep, Iron Maiden was the shit.
But but no, that's so true about the selflessness opposed to the selflessness, cause or selfishness. Cause I mean that honestly, that's why my dad has always been my hero because he's always been so selfless that it still to my day blows my mind. And then like my whole life, that's what I just try to be is selfless, because we're all, I think by nature, we're all selfish to an extent. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, true that. And you achieve that. That's why I think, like, I respect that in you. It's just like, um, you have a lot of good qualities. I'm glad that I know you, Steve.
Oh, right on there. Likewise, man. That's
So if there were aliens and they're from another, if they're from the ocean or from wherever, and they came here and they're like, what do you think they'd come in peace? Or think like, what would there be their motivation if they're trying to acquire resources or why? Why would they come here?
yeah. It's one or two things. To me, it's like split right down the middle. It's either they're trying to acquire resources and they're gonna come peacefully but prepared. And then what I think in that situation will happen is that the government's so screwed up already that they're the ones that are gonna freak out and make it into something that it should have never been, or they're gonna come not peacefully just to take over.
Thug style.
Right? Yeah, just yep. Like this is our shit now. Nothing you can do about it.
Man, I can see that. That'd be a trip if aliens came out and they were, let's say, assume they weren't demons, right? And they were like, they're like, yeah, we're just here to help out, right? Or to share our wisdom with you or whatever. And then they went and studied like Washington and all these other places around the world. I don't know, man. I think they'd be kind of like I don't know what they would think if they realized, from my perspective, that it's all ran by the like Rothschilds and the other bloodlines and whatnot. It's like I'm not sure what they would think of us, or you know what I mean, like, or if they would. I don't know what they would think.
Or they'd take a look and be like, "Hey, screw this place. We'll find somewhere else. These guys are messed up."
Right? Because like, look at like, for example, like the Rothschilds and all them, they have like 95% of the world's wealth. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
So like,
yeah,
and then you got like all these people that are like starving or hurting in life. You know what I'm saying? Like we're homeless and this, that, and the other thing across the globe, and pestilence and all these other things. I'm not saying the whole world is miserable, but like there's a certain portion of it that is. So I don't know. It's like, well, it's like what you're doing. You're feeding people and whatnot, right? So,
right,
if only they did that, you wouldn't have to do that. There would be plenty for everybody. You know what I mean? But
right. Or I mean, sending billions of dollars to other countries for war rather than spending it on your own country to clean it up. It's like, yeah. I mean, yeah. There's just, but and that's where I always get to with my left, right, red or blue. The government doesn't give a damn about you is because, and how it doesn't matter who's in charge because they're not in charge because it's the Federal Reserve. It's like the Rothschilds and you know the ones that are really running the show. But what
that's what
I
I
want to
think.
get to is the reason. Like, okay, so we don't. Everyone dies, right?
True.
Supposedly, I don't know. Maybe they're trying to get everything because there's a way out of that. Who knows? But why are they? Why is Gil Bates own so much farmland, especially at
Oh
his
yeah,
age? Like, just enjoy the rest of your life, dude. Why are you like you can't take it with you, or can you? You know what I mean? It's one of those like, what do they? I just can't see being in my 60s or 70s and having that much money and still trying to make more.
yeah, exactly.
Like,
Yep, yep. Hey, heard someone say we got off topic. In your
oh,
chat, Steve. Do you mind if I play that other video real quick?
oh yeah, for sure. Go for it. Yeah.
Okay, this is more of a joke one, and is hopefully Snooks is still in the chat too, because I put her name in there. All right, so let me gonna present this video. It's gonna be here we go. So this one's more funny, so I hope you like it.
Oh, sweet. And then real quick for everyone in chat, Dave's not here, man. He's gonna still try to make it, but he's taking care of his mom. So prayers for Dave's mom and for Dave.
Amen.
But let's see. All right, here we go.
I was supposed to blow up the Earth hours ago. There was supposed to be a kaboom. Where is the earth-shattering kaboom? Clearly those puny Earthlings. Steve Harloha and Dave are behind this mutiny and sabotage. Let's replace the Acme 5000 space modulator and blow up the Earth.
Suffering cash? Why would you blow up the Earth? Does this have something to do with Snooks?
No, Abe's not here. Now can't you see I'm busy?
Yeah, what's up, Doc? Did I hear you right? Did you say you were trying to blow up Elon Musk? Well, peanut?
Why, Steve Harloha, I am going to blur them both up, of course. No, not that these PC computers. They're so naughty and so complex. I should have called Acme Tech Support. I am just about to solve Earth's fuel problem. I'm going to blow it up.
That's all, folks.
Oh, dude, that was so awesome, man.
Good. I was hoping you would like it. I thought,
Oh man, thank you, dude. That is wow. That I'm so thankful. That is awesome, dude. I love it.
Oh, thanks, Steve. Right on. I want to make sure I put your name in there, personalize it. So trying to help out.
Yeah, that was so cool, man. Oh, that was badass. Hell yeah.
I can see you laughing at the beginning, right?
Yeah, I was reading it, dude, that was fun. Yeah, all of it was funny. That was, dude, awesome job, man.
Oh, thanks. At the end, I was running out of time, and I was like, I was going to end it with a kaboom. If I would have had more time, I would put more, more into it. But yeah, I'm just glad you liked it, though.
No, I did. Yeah, man, that's hell yeah. I'm like super stoked right now.
Oh, cool. Right on. Oh, me too. Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. But awesome with you.
And Snook says, "Oh my god, I get blamed for everything."
Right. He gets blamed for everything. That's hilarious. Thank you, Candy. Appreciate you. Thanks for laughing, Count, and everyone who laughed at that. Thank you.
So yeah, so that's gonna go out on your channel?
You can put on yours if you want. Yeah, well, I'm doing it all for you first. So if you want to keep it, I don't know how to send you the file though, but I guess you could rip it from your video or something if you want. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, no, that's your work, man. I mean,
oh, I don't care.
I say put it out on your channel, man. That's a great video.
Oh, thanks. Appreciate that. Yeah, and then I want to make sure I brought something there, personalized it for you, and also made you exclusive, the first person for the whole other alien video. So everyone, I thought it was trippy, but it's all good either way. What's funny about it too is that supporting you is, for me, is selfless, because you're a selfless person, you know what I mean? So I think that's part of what gets people so angry. They're always competing with other people or something, and they stop and don't. I don't want to down anybody, but there's a lot of good people out there. So, so I'm grateful that we're here with them right now.
Right. No, I mean, that's so true. Cause that's not too long ago. I don't remember when, cause I mean, I don't know, yesterday seems like last year and 2 days ago seems like this morning, if that makes any sense. But not too long ago, the only main reason I went live one time was because I was just thinking, and it's because I used to be, especially when I was still popping pills and, my old life, thank God I left that behind me, but I used to be a different person. And ever since I got clean, I just try to better myself every day. I mean, even today, every day. And then it does get easier. It's like a habit, right? Like if you form a habit, you do stuff automatically, and it's easy because you've been doing it. So I get it when people are like, "Oh, yeah, easier said than done." Like, yeah, it's true, but you just have to make it a habit. So just catch yourself doing something negative and then turn it into a positive. Or, when people automatically like they worry about what other people think about them and stuff. And it's like, do you really know that other person? No. Well, then why should it matter? Well, because nothing, because you don't even know that person. So who cares? But it's just, I don't know. I suck at explaining shit too. But if you just make something a habit slowly, it eventually gets easier. And the more you do it, the easier it is. And I should just write a book where I could figure the words out, how to explain it better. And
You're
then
doing fine. Yeah,
like,
I get what you're saying.
hey, Hopkinson. Aloha, Hopkinson and Gypsy Auditor. But
I like
yeah, it's just
Hopkinson.
one of those things where I used to be, put it this way, 15 years ago, nobody here would like me at all. You'd be like, who's this asshole? You know what I mean? What's up, Creek Squad? And
I'm listening.
but yeah, and then, then 10 years ago, it might have been like, yeah, he's all right, like one of those guys, you just got to get used to him. He's got his perks and then he's got his downs. And then up to like 7, 8 years ago, then my habit of being more positive and being who I really am deep inside, because all the drugs and the life I was living buried all of that. So I really didn't even know who I was, and that's why it's like you were saying earlier about the tough guys. It's like why are they always, because insecurities. But I buried who I really was, so I didn't know how to expose that. I guess I didn't know how to show that. But then I made it a habit, and now I'm just truly me. You know, so
Yeah,
it's fun. It's
that's like
actually
a
fun.
such a success story, and it's not easy. Like where you're coming from, that I mean, not every you only tell you a quick story, Steve. Is one time years ago, I knew this guy that was like he was early 20s, right? And and uh, he just looked like so depressed, and he was like drinking vodka, like it was just just slamming it straight out of the bottle till the whole thing was gone. I don't know if he had a fifth or whatever the amount was on there. And and I was like, wow, it just felt so I could feel like you tell you I feel people sometimes. I could feel that hopelessness in his soul, right? And then a week
Right.
later he was dead, dude. I met him once, bam, and then that's it.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. It's like so what I'm trying to say is that it's good that you didn't go that route. You stood at the edge and you found your way back. Because not what I'm saying is that nobody else, not everybody gets a chance to do that. So, you know, it
Right.
it might
Yeah.
feel
And
that way, but it's not though.
the crazy part is that, well, real quick, let me answer this question.
Okay.
Seagull Rock Squawk, I am, but I am not through the government, because we don't believe in signing a contract with a government, because we don't believe that the government should have anything to do
Oh, I agree with that.
with, you know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
government already has enough to do with our lives
No
individually.
kidding.
Why
Yeah, yeah.
involve them? So, but yes, to beautiful Nina Nina, which check her channel out too. She's got a channel.
Beautiful
But
meaning. Say the channel.
Nina Nina.
Okay.
Nina and then 808. Nina Nina 808.
Okay. Right on.
But yeah, but I should have not been here quite a few times, put it that way, especially with the amount of pills I was popping. And then the crazy part about me turning my life around is I couldn't have done it without my drug dealer. Honest to God. The dude I got my pills from, my drug dealer, refused to sell me anymore, because he's like, dude, you're not gonna wake up one of these mornings, man. You're past rock bottom, man. And I'm like, just dude, I got the cat, And he helped get me clean. I won't say his real name, but his street name, D Rock. Shout out to D Rock in Detroit.
Oh, good for him. Oh, you live in Detroit? Oh, that's yeah.
Yeah.
I was there like last year. Oh man, Detroit's like that's what I like about Detroit, actually, Steve. Like now it kind of makes sense. It's like a lot of the people that live there, I know it's a rough town and all that, but like uh you guys got like the Detroit left where you gotta turn right to turn left, or
Oh
something.
yeah, the Michigan left.
The
Yep.
Michigan left, and there's like you say, "What up, Doe?" Right? That's like
What
one
up,
of the
though?
What up,
Though?
Doe?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I was born and raised in Detroit until I was 33 years old, and then I moved here.
The what I like about those like the vibe there. Everyone's like very working class. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
you might and so I like that down to earth quality. Whereas like sometimes I've been in other places where people are like constantly judging each other or trying to figure out how much money you make or whatever. You know, so I didn't never got that in Detroit. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, Detroit is it's all right. We got Dave's not here, man. He is now. Oh, hold on. I got to get all three of us up there.
Sweet.
But yeah, they do. Michigan and especially
What's up, Dave?
Detroit, they definitely have that work ethic that
Yeah.
that when I moved, I mean, Hawaii is beautiful. I love it. This is my home for sure now, but way big, huge difference in culture and just big culture shock on everything, right? When I first came here.
I bet.
But that helps you grow as a person too, you know?
Yeah, I can see that. And like
So
it's go ahead. I'm so sorry.
I was gonna say, Dave, how's mom, Dave?
Rough day.
Rough day. Shoot.
Yep. Real rough. So just want to pop in real quick because I know I didn't want to leave you hanging all the way. I left you hanging a little bit.
You have never left me hanging in my life, Dave.
Yeah, I didn't realize you guys have known each other for so long. Dave, that's so cool.
Yeah, it's like what, since 5th grade, I think.
Man, it's almost like you're I don't want to say it, but like spiritually meant for each other, friendship wise. You know, because you're a cool guy. I was talking to just I don't I tell people straight up what I think. But like you are a very cool person, and like I don't think we agree on everything, but that's all right. But
Yep.
you know, I just feel that in you. So like, and then which makes sense because Steve's a good guy, and like so you guys are just lucky to be friends. And for look at all that time, I've never had a friend that long. So you know, and praying for your mom too. I'm glad you're here. Thank you for
Appreciate
having
that,
both
bro.
of you.
I appreciate it. I'm hoping to have mom through Christmas. That's the way it's looking for me, but we'll see.
Wow.
She's a fighter. We'll see. I'm still holding out hope. You know, that's me and Steve, right? We always hope. It can work out, right? Till the end, and it doesn't. But we're gonna hold
Well,
that hope all the way to the end.
and think positive too, man. And like you said, she's a fighter. She is, man. And I'm not. And I hate. I used to be so used to throwing this word out or this phrase out, but then when I moved here and said it about my beautiful wife, I then realized that it's kind of just a Detroit thing because she was mad at me for a good day or two, but it's a compliment. And when you call a female like she's a bad bitch. I'm not calling her a bitch. It's a compliment. It's a Detroit phrase or slang, I guess you would say. But mom she's a tough cookie. I guess I could say it that way. She is very tough cookie. She always has been. Always
Yeah.
has been.
Even through the sickness and pain, she holds her dignity. She doesn't put her problems on me. She doesn't complain. She doesn't over ask. She doesn't um, hurt me in any way or ask me for things that would hurt me. She's selfless, even like to the point where she's doesn't know if she's gonna make it till tomorrow. And it's like I don't know anybody else on this earth like that.
Well, your mom and my dad,
Yeah.
seriously, they both. That's why your mom is still my mom and my dad is still your dad because they're like almost like the same people, and they both raised us both, right?
And I'm a complainer. I'm not gonna lie. Like I don't understand why the world isn't perfect all the time. Like this is how I am all the time. Like, why am I willing to do all this for everybody else, but they're not willing to do it for me? Like I have this thing in my head, like as if people should because you're willing to go the extra mile that everyone else should too, and you don't really understand why they're not willing to, because you
Right.
always would, no matter what. So I'm trying to figure that, like, without getting depressed, what's wrong with the world? You know what I mean?
Oh,
Like
no kidding. Yeah, like
people are like, go ahead.
Well,
just real quick, Dave.
I don't complain. I vent.
Well, that's what I
Sounds
do.
better.
Oh
Sounds
yeah.
better.
All right. I was just gonna say because I had real quick, so I don't want to make it about me, but like we had a earthquake here earlier, and they evacuated everybody, and it's at that moment you think people would think the way you think, like they would think of each other, right?
Yeah.
But it didn't work out that way. It was like I would say 90% of the people were thinking about protecting themselves, like they
Yep.
trying, you know. What I mean? So I get what you're saying.
Eat the neighbors, right?
Yeah, pretty
Eat the
much.
neighbors. Yeah.
It's crazy. Like you'll have 1,000 people shout out to you and be like, "Oh man, hope everything works out for you," right? And then, but you're the one sitting in the hospital for 8 hours a day for 17 days. And all the other people were like, "Oh well, hope it gets better, hope it gets," and you're like, "Well, how come none of y'all mother?" I don't want to
Yeah.
swear. I don't swear. I hate swearing, but I'm just be like, why is nobody coming here then, man? Like I would come to your hospital. Where are y'all at? Y'all left it on me. So I've been going through that today, like in my mind, like where is everybody? So anyway, we had doctor's appointments. We're having nurses come in because me and my wife been trying to do it for 6 days, and I don't know if you guys have ever tried to do anything this epically challenging.
Kind of, but nowhere near what you're doing, Dave. So yeah, no, the answer I haven't.
Yeah, it's amazingly hard, and it's worth it, because it's someone I love. But it's just, it's hard, man. It's
Well,
like every hour, you
how
know.
can we buy her flowers or something, or do you need anything?
No, I'm good, man. I just appreciate all the prayer 'cause I know God's there. I know God's there, man. And if ultimately whatever you guys believe is fine, I don't have a problem with it. I believe ultimately God's plan is going to work out the way it's supposed to, and I know I can't change it because who am I to think I can change His plan?
You
Yeah,
know what I'm
amen.
gonna do, Dave? I'm gonna call Uber Eats and have them bring mom a burrito from Taco Bell. That's what I'm gonna do.
Bro, by the way, thank you for the book that it came in the mail today. I appreciate that book.
Oh,
You
right on,
sent
dude.
me
Yeah.
from Silver Girl.
Yep.
I Didn't Die. Save the
Yep.
Children from Parental Abuse by
She wrote
Silver
that
Girl.
book. She wrote that book, and it's true. It's not, she didn't just make up a story. That's actual life story.
I wasn't expecting a package, so like if someone's like, "You got a package?" I'm like, "I do not, dude. I don't order nothing. I don't Amazon." You know what I mean? And then
You
I
should have
open it
known
up.
right away. You're like, wait a minute, Steve, because the only thing I've ever gotten from Amazon, Steve sent me. So
Yeah, right. Yeah, because I don't do that, right? So I went and got a little. Oh, I gave her a little Christmas tree. It was like a foot and a half tall a couple years ago, and I put like a string of lights on it, so it's like going in the background.
Nice.
She had a tough day, man. She's having a tough time standing up and standing up. It's real tough. But she
Yeah.
pushed her stuff today and she wore herself out and she's been sleeping for like 5 hours. So that's why I was late. I apologize to everyone.
dude, don't ever, ever, ever worry about being late because mom is more important than anything, dude. So
Yeah, I was
honestly,
gonna joke about it. Like, what were you thinking? My God,
right?
how
Yeah.
Yeah, how
How
dare
dare you?
how dare
like you let a little thing like that stop you from being on the show? My
Yeah.
gosh.
Oh man. But so how's everything going with you guys?
Well, good in
Good.
comparison.
Well, we didn't
That
get
guy,
struck
yeah,
down by
smart.
UFOs, so
Yeah, I noticed that. I was waiting for it, and then what? Something happened. Something
Did
happened.
something happen?
Well, no, South Korea did martial law on that day. That's the only thing that I saw that happened.
I never got a chance to look into that, but I did hear something about the martial law and the people like stood up against their government and were like, "We ain't doing that," or
I
something
was
like that.
like, that's what needs to happen everywhere.
Yeah, no kidding.
Yeah. That's why we have the Second Amendment to stand up against our government.
They tried to keep Parliament. When I read into the story, that the soldiers tried to keep the Parliament from meeting in the building, but they pushed their way in and had the meeting and voted it down, and the will of the people was pushed through, and he had to back down. I was like, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, South
Yeah.
Korea?
Yeah, which is weird because I
Damn.
didn't see South Korea as being in any kind of turmoil at all, other than North Korea's bickering. But
Yeah, me either. What it caused it? I don't know anything about it.
I think the president's lost like the view of the people, like the admiration of the people, and he was trying to throw a power move to let them know who's boss. But I think it backfired.
Yeah, that's impressive. They all stood up saying, "What? I don't think so."
Hey,
Yeah,
Cola.
if the whole world did that, that'd be what needs to happen. Um, I don't
Yeah,
think it ever will.
let us decide what wars we want to fight or pay
Yeah,
for. Because
exactly.
I don't want to do it anymore.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, because you're off like fighting and dying for a bank or whatever it is. It's like, you know,
Well, look at the war in Russia. I think they said like 1.5 million people have died already. And for what? Some farmland somewhere in the middle of
Yeah.
Ukraine in the middle of a winter time?
Not even that, but let the people decide where they're sending billions of dollars to other countries.
Yeah.
Why are you sending our tax dollars to other countries?
What's
And
up, Smith? I'm
and
sorry, you're not in
Look at
business.
this is what you're talking about right here.
none of
Yeah.
us have any say in it. They're just like treating us like we're just like pushovers or something. Like it's their job to tell us what to do. You know what I mean? Like it's
Right.
nothing works like
Yep.
what it's supposed to.
Yeah, the people were like, nope, not having it. Not having it.
That's crazy. I didn't know that. Like, because
That's
that's what they
awesome.
did. They tried to keep them from coming in to keep them from voting against it, which reminds me of the story of how America took over Hawaii because what they did was they came in with the military and all that, and then they said the people voted for it, but you could only vote if you were in the military. So, of course, it came out that they voted for America that Hawaii to become a part of America. You know what I mean? The people didn't actually get to vote for it.
What's really weird about South Korea is like they all just immediately left their jobs and like loaded up the cars and were like, nope, let's go. Like they had enough. And then the really weird part was when our government said they're very concerned with the people standing up to the government, basically. I was like, what? Shouldn't it be the other way around?
So that's one of the things why I don't think that would happen here. Because I think like most people are like, oh, I don't want to leave. I can't leave my job. I got my mortgage. I got my house. Like all those. I think that's what keeps people sedate here. Is like
Right.
all like from all the times when like it was fat times from like the 50s, etc. onwards. I think it's made people. I'm not trying to offend anybody. It's made people passive. You know what I mean? Where like they're just taking on the chin, year after year, and not realize that that they're being ruled by someone who doesn't really care what they think.
Exactly. That's what I was thinking. Like,
Yeah,
I
you're
think,
right.
I think after, Rona, whatever, I think that we're all broke down inside a little bit. I think we're so sick of lies and media garbage and don't know what to believe. We're just so sick of all of it. We're sick of the elections and the just constant lies that I think all it takes is a match and this place will be on fire, man.
Oh, you mean the selections?
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly. But I think we're almost there here. The older generation is. The
I think
younger
some people
generation.
are. Soup pumps. I don't think everyone's as wise as you, though. I think that, like, I think there's a lot of people who will talk that way, but they won't. They're like actions and talking are two different things. So, like, I know you would. I have no doubt in my mind that both you and Steve would do that. But I don't think the average person is just like that. Especially people I see on YouTube, like just a lot of like little dogs, but like they're not really going to do anything. You know what I mean? Because like
Right.
that, like, I think that's what happened in 2020. I think it was a psyop, but like when they took over the Capitol, and then that would be the point for the rest of people to go, yeah, let's go, let's join them. Come on, yeah, you know what I mean. But that didn't happen. You know what I mean? And I think that's what they were testing. They want to see what people would do. Like that's like was like a test run. So if
Yeah.
I think what's going to happen is there's going to be a civil war probably, but when it happens, it's not going to happen because of this, that, and the other thing. The economy is going to shut down. Like the dollar is going to drop like a rock. And then if you really want to set off a civil war, that will do it. Because what will happen is like just what I had today. There was an earthquake, and all these people were like fighting with each other, or at least kind of getting there where they'd be willing to, So like once, but that's not even like that's easy peasy street. Let alone when you're starving, you got to feed your kid, you got to like all this stuff, and there's like all the shelves are dry and gone. That's when you'll have a civil war. You know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
And
Yep.
so that's so I think what they've realized is that like the right's just not going to do it. The only way they could try to do that maybe is on the left, because the left, they'll revolt over anything. Oh, you call me the right gender. I use my wrong pronoun. Let's all shout and burn things, break windows, etc. They're constantly rioting over everything. And I'm not trying to berate a whole group of people, but I'm just saying that in general, people on the left are more like BLM, and not attacking anyone who's black or anything, because not anyone who's black believes everything. There's not a big monolith of people, but what I'm saying is in general they're easier to manipulate, and to get people to be political disobedience or whatever. But it's not even going to really matter anyway, because like once the economy crashes, I guarantee you everyone's going to be fighting each other, and then that's when all the ammo will be gone, because and all the supplies, everything's just gonna be drained down to nothing. And then whatever left over, that's when they'll take out the mop.
Well, you know what we don't have to worry about?
What's that?
The young generation, because they're all a bunch of spoiled brats and they're not going to fight worth a crap anyway. They probably would just go hide in a corner with like a box of cornflakes.
I agree, and it's by design, right? Like
Yeah.
they've been
Yeah.
programmed, and it's like
By design. Yep.
like you try, like I've heard talk to a lot of people where, um, they're trying to, they can't even tell their own kids what's up. You know what I'm saying? Because they're so programmed by the schools, by what they're saying, images and whatever they're looking at, um, that they're so programmed that parents can't even tell their own kid, guess what, you're a boy. See, look at that genitalia. That's who you are. I'm sorry you want to be a kitty cat or something, but that's who you are. And that
Right.
to me is profound.
You
Because like
saw the Supreme Court justice decision coming up on transgender.
no,
That's
what is
right.
it?
That's right around the corner too. Is for the changing kids, gender assignment or whatever it's called. They have a name for it. I don't know. It's bizarre, but
Right.
they're going to actually. They took it on as a case, and they're going to soon vote on it.
Man.
So I think if they were to vote that in, I think that would be like the last straw in the hat of America before we go down. But I don't
I
know.
don't think it'll make people mad enough. I think because like from the basically from the beginning of this country to where it's at, maybe I don't know, like from 20, 30 years ago, to some extent it's been we've had good times where other countries have like had like a you know uh these diseases from mosquitoes where everyone's dying, and there's no clean running water, etc. Um, so we've had it kind of good for like a long time. But so I think it's made people complacent. They're like they're like lapdogs. You know what I'm saying? They've been fed. They go to their watering hole, wait for their check to come in. You know what I'm saying? There's some people that keep it real because they understand, they know what's at stake. You know what I'm saying? And at some point, that's what kind of separates people with courage from people that like are pretending. You know what I'm saying? Someone who really knows what's at stake, they'll stand up. You know what I mean? But like people that are just show, and I think a lot of people are just show. They don't want to lose their pension. They don't want to lose their. They're scared that they've been trained to be scared and what's the word I'm looking for? Like a dog that's been trained. They've been trained not to pee on the yard or whatever things. You know what I mean? And so like they don't realize it, but that's how it is. So I don't see it happening. I think there are some small pockets of people, you know,
You
that
just
will.
gotta hit the right nerve, okay? So like that may not do it, but the day that they start threatening your family, like directly, or your kid comes home and says that you got
Oh
kicked
yeah,
out of school for bringing a subject up that's just a normal everyday thing that you know, kids are curious, like,
right.
Dad, how come that boy is dressed as a girl? That's just a normal thing a kid would say. Like, it's
I
not.
agree though. You're right. Is that like it gets is that there's a breaking point people go through. I think you're right, Dave. Like when they're going to get so far, that's the last straw. That's it. I'm not taking it anymore. And people could
Well,
definitely get there, but
and
I don't know what that point is.
I don't think it's war at that point, but I think that you're going to have parents storming the schools when their kids are getting kicked out for saying, "Hey, there's a litter box in the classroom, and I'm supposed to so and so meows all day, and they're letting it happen." And it's like at some point you got to say, "Hey, people are mentally ill. This is mental illness. You guys are facilitating mental illness to other kids. You're confusing them. They're coming home and asking questions, and then you want to like ostracize my kid because he asked a question because it hurt the other kid's feeling,
Hmm.
who's not a cat really,
Yeah, yeah,
and you're
Right.
just stating
right.
like the obvious fact that he's not a cat and it's all mental illness or for
Hmm.
attention."
Yeah.
So then, and then remember how they tried to shut the parent groups down? Remember
No, I don't
they
remember
tried to
what
they
what
tried to
happened.
villainize the parents. Like if you were watching the
Uh,
news,
I don't
like
watch the news.
they started villainizing like the parent groups coming in and making them the bad guys. Like, oh, how dare you come in here and ask questions about
Right.
why a
Like
boy
like
can
it's
use
some
a.
Great
kind of
point.
like it's child abuse or something.
Yeah, no
Oh
kidding.
yeah, like and you're automatically a hater, right?
Uh-huh.
If you're not fully for trans,
Hmm.
you are a hater, you are a bigot, you're xenophobic. It's like,
Right.
no, I just don't understand your life choice, and
Right.
you don't like mine either, but you're, you know what I mean? I'm not calling you a bigot or a weirdo or a fascist or whatever name they want to call you.
Uh-huh. You're right.
Yeah.
I think what'll happen though is what it reminds me of is I could see them calling us all like domestic. I'm not trying to say a word that's get your
Yeah.
channel. You know
Yeah.
how I'm going with that though, like
Yeah.
fair or a wrist. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like so then that so like I wonder if it's part of the plan though that when they probably do get people to some extent to to trigger them that far, um, that it'll be maybe by design. You know what I'm saying? And like what you're talking about too, like where um, the parents become demonized. Like that's like I think that's like a like a typical strategy like that's been used in various times. I remember I don't want to bore you too much, but like remember one time I was riding my bike through a college campus and they showed all these posters from World War II. And I'm not trying to be goody two shoes. So I'm just trying. It's no difference to me one way or the other. I'm just trying to show it's a strategy. Like they were showing Japanese people like they were had like in these characterizations that made them look unhuman, and so that's kind of like what they were doing, turning that around and using it on the parents. I think they're going to do that on us. I think what's going to happen is the economy, like I said, is going to fall apart, and that's why Trump's here. It's because everyone who's identified as being with Trump, they're going to say, "Oh, it's all your fault." like the dollar crashed when he was in charge. It's all those, those white, whatever they are, secure, conservatives. It's all like they're demons. Look what they do. They don't care. They're not open minded. And so they're demons. We can't trust them. They're not like us. They're different. So if only we didn't have them,
It's
then
it's everything is opposite. It's like
right.
the
Yeah,
criminal's the victim's the criminal, the
absolutely.
parents are evil, the
Right.
teachers are right.
It's like a psyop. It's a psychological operation.
It's like the
Yes.
one trans kid out of 300 is the one that his feelings are the only one that matter in the whole school. How dare the other 299 actually question it and wonder because they don't understand, like even innocently, what that is or why that's happening to them.
And that's not normal too, because like people are supposed to grow up. They get teased. It happens. You know what I'm saying? It's not fun, but like, that's part of like toughening people up. You know what I mean? And so like honestly, I don't even think it's about the kid that thinks they're a cat or whatever. That's all by design anyway. What it's really about is demoralizing everybody else
Yeah.
and get breaking their
Division, right?
exactly division. It's like there's also, I think like what it is like I'm not disagreeing what you're saying. I agree, but I think that there's a master plan behind the whole thing. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like,
Oh yeah.
Me too.
there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I believe that, I know everyone says it's the government. I would take it one step further and say that evil has a plan
Yes, you're right.
for the
You're
world.
absolutely. The government
Yep.
and all the faces in it, they're just like the cover. They're like the facade of a house. What really is on the inside is Satan. Satan's the one that's really pulling the strings behind the whole thing. You know what I mean? But
Exactly.
like, yep, I completely agree. That's what it's all about. You
And
know?
I was like, for instance, I was on this is just a side story, but I was on Facebook last night with just going through it when I was sitting next to my mom.
Uh-huh.
And this dude was like reading a scripture that meant a lot to me personally.
Oh, right on.
And he hates God. Like he literally mocks God, but I don't just shut him off because he does it.
Yeah.
I
Interesting.
listen to what he says, and then I
Yeah.
respond kindly.
Right. That's
And
nice.
he actually highlighted my comment after I was kind to him and I explained from my viewpoint what he was talking about and what that meant. And he actually freaking highlighted my comment and put it at the top
Oh man, that's
and
amazing.
loved it. And he's
Yeah.
stone cold, got like the reptilian eyes, the red fingernail, he's all in. And so
Wow.
I was like, wow, that's crazy. It's like we're not that different, man. We're not that different from each other. It's just
That's what I'm
somebody.
saying.
Yeah. Like I always say, at the end of the day, we have so much more in common than we don't. It's just so many people
Yeah.
focus on the one or two things we don't have in common, which all goes back to the negative. So think positive. Think of all the good things you do have in common.
You know
And
what's
You know?
so what
funny?
does the hate do, guys? What does the hate like? If okay, so someone's different than you, so you hate them. How about
Right.
if you try an approach of love and kindness to that person, and even if you know they're in error, why not approach it with love and respect
Mhm.
instead of bashing and going, "Oh, you fagg." I don't even want to say it. You know how what I'm talking about when people are
Yeah.
Yeah.
gay. Back in the day, they used to call me. My shop teacher used to call me a flaming
Right.
flamer, a flamer.
Right.
Yeah. Which
Because
really didn't even mean that back then, but it's just a
I used
word.
to laugh. I used to laugh at it. I thought it
Right.
was funny or cracker or
Right.
whatever.
Cracker, that's
You,
hilarious.
you can't say any of that anymore. And we didn't know cracker meant the whip thing. We just thought it was like we were white, so we're saltine cracker looking dudes or wiggers. Or we were called wiggers, right, Steve?
Yep. Yep.
We had our hats on backwards and stuff, and
That's hilarious.
but yeah, it was like reverse discrimination. But really, we were retarded anyway. I don't know what I was saying, but it was a good point. We gotta approach people that we don't agree with in love rather than hate, and then
Oh,
at least you can agree to disagree,
no,
and
I
maybe
agree.
yeah.
I got an exception to that though.
Go ahead.
And maybe I'm wrong because I'm certainly open to like suggestion because I definitely have room for improvement in that area. But like, there are some people in life I absolutely despise. Like, what I don't like is like, I don't know how to put this in this word, but like, like and I'm not bashing anyone for being. I don't care how old someone is, but like the little, I don't want to call them little old ladies or something that are uh, like like have a cat or a little dog in their purse or something, and they're like, you got to get out. Like they're like running a seat, like a homeowners association or a PTA
Oh yeah.
meeting, and they always got to be telling you somebody else what to do, and completely miserable unless they're controlling someone. Like you know what I'm saying? Like someone like
I,
Mhm.
that. I don't think they could be fixed. They're just like running around. They get off on hurting somebody else,
if
like or
you could if you could find the root of what makes that person so nasty, like
uh,
maybe they got abused or maybe they just hate their life or there's a need for control for something that happened from lost control
That's
somewhere
true.
else. If you could
Oh,
if you
true.
could find the root, you may. I mean, I agree with what you're saying. Like there are people that I don't think you can reach that are just like they're in a different season. Like I think everyone can be reached, but everyone's in a different season. I think once life bashes you down enough, then you may be able to listen to
uh-huh.
someone talk to you, you know what I mean? But when you're up
Yeah.
high on the horse and you
Uh-huh.
have everything and you look down at everyone else, you're like, I don't need you. But when crap hits the fan, then you're like, oh man, that little bagger at the grocery store could have got me those cookies, man, and I'm starving, you know? It's like
Yeah.
maybe he's not such a bad guy anymore.
Yeah, I heard that. I like for example, like I know that you guys were joking, but like the
Yeah.
people that have that uh they like they have like they're gay or whatever. I've met plenty of people like that, and believe it or not, like I think it's weird. I'm just gonna be honest. I think it's a little kind of uncomfortable, but like I'm not trying to bash anyone for it. But like I don't disvalue the person though, because just because they have one thing about them that it's not my cup of tea, that
Exactly.
doesn't mean they don't have everybody brings strengths to the table. And when we write people off, like we're just using that as an example, but like, um, then you never know when that person could, be helped. Not like it's all about us, but like could be helpful to us or whatever. But so I completely agree with you. I mean, there's like, maybe it's like for some people, it's like, I get it. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? I agree.
Yeah. 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 It's a
Yeah,
weird
that's
world.
so true.
And most people
I
are so
never
quick
thought of
to just
that.
say screw you, like, okay, screw you. But if you ever just sat back and just looked at them and like, what's making this dude tick, man? What is going on?
Right.
And you
No,
look,
that dude, I never thought of that, Dave. I'm so glad you said that because that just makes so much sense. Like that person, if you could just find, because something makes them that way. If you could
Uh-huh.
just find what that is, like what that insecurity is, or whatever happened. Wow,
yeah, and
that's
you can
deep. That's
address that.
deep,
Yeah,
dude.
you can address that. And
That's
even
so true.
Steve, even watching like your videos about the homeless and stuff, I have homeless that come to my work all the time. I bring them out meals and stuff. Like
Uh-huh.
everyone's going, oh, that stupid homeless guy's tearing up the bathroom, blah blah blah. And I'm like, I go out there and the guy's like almost half dead. He's freezing to death. He
Uh-huh.
has no food. He's a stone alcoholic. He's going through withdrawals on the sidewalk by himself. He's gotten himself in a position that he can't get out of. No one's going to help him. Everyone thinks he's just a sucky, just go die in a corner.
Yeah.
And then I feel in my heart, I'm like, man, no, dude, go help that dude. Because I was in the gutter before. Like Steve was talking about earlier, I was in chat. I was listening before it came up, but how his life changed from the drugs and whatever. And so did mine. But that dude is literally still stuck where we were. So I
I
bet, you know what I mean?
I got a question for you about
Mhm.
that, Dave. Is like, what if, and this is not a question to like, I'm not trying to play devil's advocate. I'm just trying to learn from you. So, like, what if, like, say, because sometimes I've noticed it, like, with homeless people, is like I've try to give them money and this, that, and the other thing, or try to help them out, and like, one of the things I've noticed is that it's not across the board, but some of them are really super negative. And like even when you're trying to help them, they're looking for ways to like get over on you. You know what I mean? And so like for some people, I'm going to get right to the point, is that for some of them, what I've noticed is this pattern where like what they'll do is like is that they'll burn even the people that are trying to help them. So that tells me they've have a long history of burning people. They burn their friends, probably stole from their friends. They burn their parents, stole from them to get their dope or whatever, and whatever it is their thing is, right? And that through the process of their lifetime, they have just burned every single bridge down to even the second when they're on their last. This is it. This is the last stop. Everybody off, and they're burning you. You know what I mean? Like I don't know. What do you think
To
about that?
me, I think it's like one of two things, or could be both. But one, there's always good and bad, right? There's always like ones like that. They're probably in the position they're in because they've always been like that, and it's just one of those people that aren't ever going to change or realize it. Or it's the person that you know did end up where they're at, but then kept getting screwed by the system, and then kept getting screwed by other people, and then so now they're just automatically thinking, well, they're going to screw me again, so I got to take what I can get, or get as much as I can get, take advantage of this person.
That's because that's
Because
what life teaches people. It teaches you if you steal, you get ahead. If you tell the truth on your taxes, you're going to pay more. If you tell the truth trying to get like welfare, they don't give
Yeah.
it to you. You tell the truth about Medicaid or whatever, you say like, "Oh, my son's still in the house," and they see his income even though you're still poor. They don't give it to you. But if you lie and say he moved out, they give you everything. They give you $1,000 a month. So if you lie, you get ahead. You tell the truth, you don't. This is what we teach. This is our society. Not
it's the
everyone.
devil, it's Satan hard at work.
It is, man. He's working, man.
So,
Work.
so Dave, have you ever had someone like that just kept burning and burning and burning?
Yeah, and I don't think you should continue to like cast your best before people that are going to just keep squashing it. But I think that you could still be civil to that person and say, "Hey, man, even though last time it didn't work out, I don't hold a grudge, whatever, man." Like I
Yeah.
have to walk
Yeah.
outside by myself at the end of the night after my shift, and there's 4 or 5 of them out there.
Yeah.
And every time I walk out, man, if the other people walk out, they're like, "Hey, what's going on?" They're being nasty. I walk out, they're like, "Let's go Lions. What's up, Coach Campbell?" And they're talking to me, being cool. And they're like, "Man, thank you for the water the other night. It was like 100
Oh, right
degrees."
on.
Stuff like that. And
Yeah.
hey, bro, I've been an alcoholic before.
Yeah.
I've been on my
I
face
witnessed
looking.
it.
Here, I'll tell the truth to the whole internet. I've been on my face looking for another piece of cocaine out of carpet before when I was young
Uh-huh.
to try to find one more little piece.
Right.
That's how bad it was.
Yeah.
And if everyone would have cut me off then,
Yeah.
I'd have been done too. And I would have said, "Okay, screw the world. I'm going to steal from all of you."
Uh-huh.
But I meet people that are really cool out there that just have
And
bad
instead,
break.
at one point, I remember saying, "Dude, screw this. We're cleaning this apartment up. We are going to get your lights turned back on." And then we found like 472 empty Boone's bottles in the closet or some shit like that. Crazy number.
Boons, the wine.
Dude, he would drink an entire bottle like it was a shot.
I drank 3 bottles of Boone's Farm Snow Creek Berry every night and smoked weed, probably 2 joints. And then about 11, I would call up like all my list of girls, trying to get one of them to come over to my dark apartment with no lights.
Yeah, with an extension cord ran from the
Yeah,
neighbor's house.
I'd have a lamp and I'd have candles on. And like
I remember that apartment like yesterday, dude.
One day, one girl, a really, really good girl, I called her and she's like, "I'll come over, but what you think's happening ain't happening. Like, I'll come sit with you and we'll talk and I'll hang out, but none of that's happening." She goes, "I'm not dumb." And then I started thinking, yeah, I'm an idiot. Started thinking what an idiot I was. And that was the beginning of change. But of course, what people don't know is that I was supposed to get married. I got cheated on 2 weeks after looking at a wedding dress with her. Got cheated on. My friend called me, said, "Come over to this guy's house, look in the window, but don't knock." I looked in the window. My girl's on this dude's lap. We're supposed to get married. We got a kid.
That's still the best thing that happened, dude, because she was not good for
Okay.
you.
And then I took the kid and I had him in my apartment. I was dad. And then the police knocked at my door and took my kid out of my arms and gave my kid to her, even though she didn't want the kid and was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
And after that, man, I crashed and burned. I said, okay, I see how the law is. I see how the world is. I just said, screw it all, man. I lost my job. I just became an alcoholic. That's it.
Wow, makes sense. So I can see how everything led to that, though.
But I mean, I was also, 18, Steve? 17?
Yeah, well, yeah, because Damon, my son was born like a month and a half before my 17th birthday, and then your son was born when so yeah, 19 years old.
I don't know what's up with Nelson, bro, but you gotta chill. All right, cool.
Yeah, I'm not sure what
Yeah,
else
I
he's
was kind
talking
of
about.
noticing that too, honestly, Dave.
Thank you, Snacks. Appreciate you.
Yeah, Slick Scott.
He was like kind of getting.
But
Anyways,
well,
listen,
what you were mentioning a little bit ago, though, Peanut was, and I'm not gonna tell the story on live, but what I was telling you backstage, the quarter story,
Yeah.
the quarter, same thing, because that dude burned me like 3 or 4 times before that happened. Not as bad,
Uh-huh.
but those times, and same thing, he lied on those, and I was like, but I'd let it go, and then so when that happened, that was like the final straw where it's like, well, all right, you know what I mean? But I remember you asking like, someone ever burn you, over and over again? But yeah,
Oh, that's a good
that
point.
dude
Yeah.
definitely did.
here's my point. They only burn you if you go in and you're naive. But if you go in with the right heart and you're just like, dude, this guy's screwed up, but I'm gonna give him food anyway. He
Yeah.
thinks he's getting over on me. He's not. I'm just being cool no matter what. He's really
Yeah.
not getting over on you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I'm learning from you, Dave. I mean, from both of you guys, because yeah, that's one of the things I struggle with sometimes. It's like because I could let a lot of stuff go, but I could see it, especially through your perspective on how you guys are like. It's kind of like life has been the way I look at it from what you guys have told me. It's sort of like those hard scrapes or whatever. It's sort of like a sword that's been forged in the fire, and then like all the impurities kind of fall off, and so what you're left with is the truth, about loving the people around you.
And when you're at the bottom, bro, when you try to start coming back up, you're willing to forgive a lot of other people's screw ups, man. You're able to overlook, and your pride level goes down. You become humble. You're more willing to like deal with people that you thought were nothing before, and then you realize like, oh snap, everybody has bad moments. It sucks. Maybe it's in the dark and nobody knows, but everybody
Yep.
here has had their darkness of some sort, whether
It's
they're willing to say it like me live or
that
not.
compassion. Like, that's what it is. It's all about that compassion, because you like, look, I've been through some stuff. I understand, and
Yep.
so that's what it comes from, I think.
Yeah. So like if you've never had that's why we can never get a good president, because none of them ever been poor.
That's the way it's designed too. Like I think because I'm not like a huge historian about that part of history, but like I think that when the whole thing started out, um, is that it was only landowners or something that could vote, and then everyone else was kind of like left out. So like your indentured service and all that, they couldn't vote. It was only like the rich, and so it's kind of still like that though, because like if the only people who can run for office, like a president or whatever, you got to have hella money or connections to a bank or something, because the system is designed to weed out the commoners.
Yeah, or born under a certain bloodline,
That
supposedly.
too. Yeah, no kidding. Like all those. You know, it's funny. I was talking to someone about that about like how all these presidents are related by blood except for one, and and they were trying to. Oh, we're really all related. And I'm like, whatever, dude. I mean, some people they're so brainwashed they don't like stop and process. It's like you know that's how you learn in life. You have to stop and reevaluate what you think you know, and then learn from it. So yeah, I don't know. I can't help everybody. You know what I mean? None of us can. They're you know I'm just learning that
Yeah.
you know if you don't get it, you know more power to you. You know.
I'm not
And
saying.
very true. Real quick,
Go ahead.
aloha, Supplanter. It's good to see you again, Supplanter. I haven't seen you in a minute, but what
Yeah, good to see you,
Supplanter
brother.
said, very true. The reason there's no good president is because they all believe in the legitimacy of the right to rule. Because that's exactly what it comes down to. It's
Well, yeah,
like that's
silver
what
spoon in
government
your
is.
mouth.
Govern means to rule over.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Why
Yeah.
do
That's
people want to be ruled? Like,
right, exactly. Like I think what people think is this. This is the story, the fable, or whatever, is that like, and it's just people just absorb it without really thinking about it. Is that like if I vote, then that means that these guys that work for me, they're going to do what I say because I'm the one in charge because I vote. That's my power over this person. And if and at the end of that time, if they don't do what I say, then I'm going to vote them out of office, and like that's my power or whatever. But I just think it's kind of a misconception, to be honest with you, because especially like in states like California, where I'm at, where there's only really one party left, I don't, which is fake anyway. But let's say it was real, with only one party, because like whoever is that party ticket person, they're going to get in because there's nothing really else that can stop it. It's kind of like a
right.
communist party or something. So
Yeah.
so I guess what I'm trying to say is that like the whole thing is rigged. So I mean, even if even if you think okay, my power is like I'm going to vote someone out of office or something. Like how many times have you watched and been helplessly watching us? Like you were talking about, everybody's giving all this money to Ukraine. I didn't okay that. I don't think anyone
Yeah,
in this chat didn't okay that.
It
It looks
should be
like
put
exactly.
to vote, right? Should be put to
right.
vote.
Exactly, not like a real democracy, because like none of these people, like people in the ghetto, all the way up to the person that's in a good area, or whatever. No, I guarantee none of those people thought, you know what, I got a great idea. Let's support a war in some other part of the world that this has nothing at all to do with us, and from some unexplained reason. And, I mean, that's just one of a gazillion things. Where like, you know, that or like all these rules about taking the 10 commandments out of school. It doesn't have to be that, but like, but I'm saying that we don't have any real control. We're just like we're waiting to be told what to do. Okay, can I come out without my mask now, Master? You know what
Right,
I'm
right.
saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, I never did. I was never in.
Oh
I was
hell
like,
no.
nope.
Yeah,
yeah.
me
But
too.
I mean, think of it this way: do you think that some dude living in the hood that's trying to turn his life around, get it together, finally got like a real job where they take taxes out and everything? He gets his first paycheck. He looks at his check and he's like, "Oh, I thought I was gonna get $500. This is only 250. What?" And like,
Uh-huh.
"Oh." You think he's like, "Oh, well, they sent it to Ukraine. All right, it's cool then."
Yeah, exactly. Right,
You know?
exactly. Don't even get started on that. And I was watching this video from Brian the other day, and he was talking about like he went to like a I don't know, Value Village or some kind of like Salvation Army store or something, and they were charging tax on the clothes that were there and stuff they were selling there. But that
Yeah,
stuff's
why
already been taxed. It was
I
taxed when it was
watched
first bought.
I watched that video, the homeless lady, yeah.
Yeah, oh, yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, Brian's
Yeah,
amazing. Oh my god, that homeless lady was on par, man. She knew
yeah.
exactly what was up.
Watched
I was tripping on that. She was
every
right,
one
like,
of his
you know what
videos
I'm
on
talking about,
both
Steve.
channels.
Like,
Yep.
why are we paying taxes again? I mean, and then when you die, you pay a tax. The whole thing's a scam. It's just like it's. I had this conversation with somebody else where they go like, "I own my house." I go, "Well, okay. Do you pay
Yeah, good point.
taxes on your house? Then you don't really own it. You rent it from the government. They're the
That
ones that own it. You know what I'm
yep.
saying?
If you
Be
think you own your house, stop paying taxes on it and then tell me
Yeah.
you still
Yeah,
own it,
exactly,
So
you
exactly.
know?
from what I get out of what I see on TV, rich people automatically think that the people that are less fortunate than them are dumb or uneducated. So they come at us in that angle where they think because they were born with a silver spoon that they must have been smarter or worked harder. But there's a lot of people that work hard that don't make, 2-3 jobs, really good people. I'm just saying, but that's why we never had a good president right there. It's because we keep going for all these rich people. They're born and they're like you said, they're born to rule, right? Because after all, the rest of us are just ignorant slaves and
Yeah,
we're
pretty much.
uneducated. And I got a video I wanted to pull up, unless you guys got something else. It's real
No,
quick.
let's watch it. What do you got?
Yeah, go for it.
This is Sharon Stone talking about the American people.
Okay.
And this was last week, and she's just bashing American people, like we're all stupid and they're smart. So here it is.
State of our country after President-elect Trump's election
Oh,
win.
hold on.
Listen to this.
You pull it up, Steve.
It's so blasting the state of our country after President-elect Trump's election win. Listen to this.
My country is in its adolescence. Adolescence is very arrogant. Adolescence thinks it knows everything. Adolescence is naive and ignorant and arrogant. And we are in our ignorant, arrogant adolescence. We haven't seen this before in our country.
The Basic
Okay.
Instinct star's remarks came at the same Italian
What do you think of
film
that?
festival where
It doesn't surprise me, honestly. It's like I think that that's the way they all look at us. That's the way the presidents look at us, the congressmen, even newspaper reporters. I mean, they all think that they're in an upper class above us, even regardless if they're leftists or rightists or whatever. I think that people like Trump play it off better. You know what I'm saying?
But imagine her ego, nut. Imagine the
Oh, yeah, I
ego of
agree.
her just sit back and be like, I am so high in my tree, and all these other guys are just piddly peons before
Right.
me, and they're just ignorant because they didn't vote my way.
You know what I think too is it's the opposite of Detroit, because that kind of when I've seen that kind of attitude in San Francisco or parts of SoCal, right? And I'm not trying to bash everyone, but it is what it is. Whereas in Detroit, people are more more working class, more down to earth or something, and so there's it's no surprise that you guys are from there. You know what I mean? Versus that kind of I don't know what the word is for it. Too good for people or something. But honestly, I think that they're people like that. Once you get up so high, a lot of these people are related. Like the politicians are related to these people in Hollywood, etc. They're all part of the same club or family or whatever. So I think that the illusion to some extent is that someone like Ted Cruz or whatever is going to be this really understanding guy, and he's down for the working class, this, that, and everything. But or the Trump versus Hillary, then they're the greatest buddies in the world afterwards. I
Well, they
think
were friends before all that. They were all friends. So
right, exactly. So I guess what I'm saying is that if you look at it on the surface level, I agree. She's a bitch. It's totally condescending and insulting just listening to her. But I think that it's that the I don't think that all these people are different. I think that they're all part of the same club. They all look down on us.
So
You know what
think about this, okay? This
Okay.
is said in public. Imagine when they get in their little rooms together with all the other really educated, smart people looking down on us peons. Imagine what they say then. They're probably planning for the extinction of all of us stupid people,
Mm-hmm.
so they can
Absolutely, they are.
start over.
Right, we're goyim. That's what it is.
Yeah, like we're the bottom of the barrel. You voted for Trump, you're the bottom of the barrel.
Right.
Yeah. Right.
So I'm just gonna play the first 20 seconds.
I just want to say, don't do away with cash. Once you do away with that, then you've lost any buying power, any speaking power at that point.
This is the first person I interviewed that actually talks the bottom line sense. Today we are in Encinitas, California.
Yeah,
is about.
Well, first of all, shout out to Brian from The Disturbing Illusion, and Here's the Deal. Definitely go check him out.
Oh, I love Brian.
What is
He's
reality? Is it?
I never miss any of his videos.
Did he
If
get
he
bigger?
put out 20 videos a day, I would make sure to watch all of them.
He looks
so
like he's been
smart.
working out.
Yeah, he's pretty buff, man. He'd
Yeah.
probably take a full out if he had to.
Tell him to stop buying those Nike clothes, though. The little kids are working in the sweatshops. I'm just playing, bro. I'm just
The
playing.
dollar than most people pushing for digital currency.
All right, so I got somebody here who wants to talk about Trump. What do you want to talk about?
Well, did he win or not? No.
Are you happy? Are you happy that he won?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know?
I don't know. I like Ross Perot. He ran as an independent.
That was in what, 94?
I believe so, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but Ross Perot is the one who propelled Trump into the White House today.
So what did you like about Ross Perot?
That he ran as an independent. He knew he wasn't going to win, but he knew there had to be a change.
Oh, then I got a question for you. What did you think about Ron Paul? Did you like Ron Paul?
I stopped paying attention after Ross Perot.
Oh, okay. Because Ron Paul was in 2008, 2012. Yeah. Well, he ran on the Republican ticket, but he was more like a libertarian.
Now, is that when they did the recount?
No, that was Al Gore and George Bush back in 2000.
Right. Now, why didn't Al Gore run again? That's my question.
I don't know. You know what my opinion is on politics? They're all criminals, and they're all on. They're not here for us. They're here for the corporate elitists, and nobody's working for us.
It's power. It's not even about money. It's about power.
Yeah, exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
So,
It's about power and money, and that's what politics is.
well, I'm not sure about.
That kind of goes back to what you were saying, Peanut, about like the HOAs and
Oh yeah,
all that.
it's the same
just that
thing. It's like
control.
yeah, Dave. It's like Sharon Stone reminds me of that. Like someone in an HOA or they get the little dog in the purse and I'm not bashing everyone for having a dog in their purse, but like the people that they get off on judging and looking down on other people. It's like
And people like Sharon Stone are the ones that are calling us entitled when she is
yeah,
the
no kidding,
epitome and definition of it.
yeah. Oh, I agree. And it, on surface level, for sure, without a doubt, she's vile. I mean, of course, that's just you don't even. That's it. Anyone with a brain could see that she's definitely like a vile person. For all the things they said, it's completely insulting, and undeserved. And it's not someone who's like so removed. It's kind of what you're saying. I guess in the ivory tower, they're like so removed in their ivory tower that they have no idea. Like what you guys were talking about earlier is like, being really hard in a hard place where as a human being, where you're just trying to survive. You're trying, they're taking your kids away, and it's just that there's some really tough things that people go through that they'll never have to know. You know what I mean? So yeah, I definitely understand. I just think there's more that there might be more to it. I don't trust any of those people.
Right. Yeah, me neither. And
Bro,
Supplanter, yeah, I'm at the end of this video, I'm not gonna play the whole video, but he runs into Adam Green,
Uh-huh.
and I never heard of Adam Green, so I just seen this video yesterday the first time. I was gonna look into but do you guys know who Adam Green is?
I do. Yeah, Adam Green. He used to have a really big channel. I don't know if he still does or not. Where he was, I think he was, and he got to like, I don't know if it's like, I think he went on with Jones, like he went on Infowars or something. And I think he's also calling out like the what's the word I'm looking for, Zionists and whatnot. He used to do
Right.
that on a show, which was cool, But one of the things the one thing I didn't like about what he said though is that at the end of this video, Adam Green says he kind of there's some truth in it, but it's mixed in with other stuff where he's trying to say that everyone who's a Christian is automatically a Zionist if they believe in prophecies related to Israel becoming a nation again, among other things. I completely disagree with that. I'm not a Zionist. You know what I'm saying? But
Right. Yeah.
and I'm not like yay Israel, but like but I mean I have no illusions. But at the same time, I think the prophecies are real. You know what I'm saying? Because there's just too much aligning for it not to be. But that doesn't mean it doesn't make me see past all the the tiny hat connections to, like, say, the Jesuits, the there to
Bad in every culture, dude. There's bad in everywhere. There's bad.
the Freemasons, the the Kabbalists, all that stuff leads to the same place. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So there's that. But at the end of the day, though, according, I believe the prophecy, there's just way too much around it. So that, but that doesn't mean I put blinders on regarding, things. It's just is what it is. So like, it's one of those challenges, I think, or I'm like trying to, I still pray for people there regardless. You know what I'm saying? Like, you try to love everybody as much as we can. I don't always succeed, but
No.
you're right. But at the end of the day, though, Christ is coming back, and according to the prophecy, when all these armies are going to, like, come together to take out Israel, that's when he steps up to the plate and says, "I don't think so." So and so I don't argue with God. You know what I mean? I'm like, um, if that's what you say, whatever it is, I'm down for it. So I think what it is that, like, I think probably what will happen in that prophecy is that the rest of the world is going to wake up, so that the commoners, like the people that don't have a clue, are still buying into the illusion, will be like, that's what's going on. That this country is behind, all these evil things, all these wars they make us fight over, like putting poisons in our food, all these chemtrails, all this stuff designed to bring us pain and suffering. All that unnecessary stuff comes from them, and the rest of the world's like going to be, oh hell no, let's take them out. And then that's when God's going to step up to the plate at the end, and but that's the prophecy, so it's in the Bible. I believe it.
There's a verse that always sticks out in my head, and it says, when you see all nations come against Israel, then that's the end. It's like literally.
It is.
And so that would include us, I believe. So the day we turn our back, I believe, is when it'll come. I don't know everything. Just saying.
Yeah.
If you look at the UN, they're already like calling Netanyahu needs to be arrested. They're all on one accord, except we keep vetoing everything. So the day we change, I think that happens. Like, Russia is already ready to fight them, dude. They're already in Syria right there.
See, my thing is, like, this is where, like we were talking about earlier, is how it all goes back to a distraction, or like Brian says, dog and pony show. Because I was listening to this other thing the other day. It was something about, like, even because it just reminded me, because Fortune Thought brought up in the Gladiator pit. And Gladiator, what they did, they had those arenas and the animals. And in the beginning, the animals wouldn't do what they did, so they had to, like, raise the animals to be vicious. And the reason they did that was to get the people to not pay attention to what the government was doing.
Yes.
And
a circus.
Right. Yeah, literally a circus. But this is the part where what was it? Adam Green, I think.
Yeah, Adam Green comes out.
Yeah. Here we are in Encinitas, California. You're not going to believe this. I'm here with the Adam Green. Adam, what is the problem with Zionism in the Trump administration as far as you see it? Go ahead and take the mic.
Yeah. The problem is that it's the most Zionist administration in American history. Many of them believe that Israel is the Holy Land and that the people that live there are chosen by God. They want end times prophecy to be fulfilled. They want to see war with apocalyptic end times wars with Iran and Russia. And they want to pass anti-Semitism laws.
And how will those anti-Semitism laws negatively affect us?
It violates the First Amendment, and it may lead to censorship online as well. I'm sure there'll be more BDS laws that we can't peacefully boycotts and organize boycotts of a foreign country.
So the main downfall of Zionism in America with Trump's cabinet that he's basically stacking with Zionists is that we are going to lose our freedoms if we continue going down that road.
Very possibly. When it comes to Israel, we could lose our freedoms, but I'm sure with Kamala and the left, we could also lose some freedoms as well. But like the Department of Homeland Security, the Secretary of Defense is on video saying he wants to rebuild the third temple to fulfill prophecy, so Jesus returns in the end times.
And DHS, that's Christy Nome, right?
Christy Nome, yeah.
Plus the red heifers that they raised in Texas and had shipped for that sacrifice. The rare red heifers that are like
Yeah, we talked about that on the show a little while
Oh
back.
yeah. Yeah, they're all like everything's lined up. You got like the red heifers there. They ain't been there for thousands of years. They're like, and wow, what a coincidence! They're there right now. Yeah, like you have there's a prophecy that not one generation will pass. That's when they're talking about like since Israel becomes a nation again, that's when like all this stuff's supposed to hit the fan. We're there right now. And then while all this is happening for the first time, like we actually have it as a possibility to have all this digital money so that no one can buy or sell unless you have the mark. So
That's
like
crazy, isn't it?
it is. That's like everything lines up with the Bible. It's all like everything is and I'm not alone. Like there's tons of people are saying, man, it's going to happen right now. So it's like, it's that time, that's why I think Trump's probably going to be the last president too, because all this stuff is lining up. And there's a book literally calls him the last president. There's all this predictive programming about the alien deception, where they're going to get people to try to not believe in God because these quote unquote aliens are going to show up, which we're talking about, Steve. I might be wrong. I might be wrong about all this stuff. I'm just saying what might be going on around us.
You guys do some research about the blood moons also. Do your own research over the last couple of years. All the blood moons fell on major Jewish holidays, every single one for 2 years straight.
I didn't know that either.
I didn't know that either.
And you can't plan that, dude. That these things have been, for all of history, these things have been on the same day.
Right. And it's like this is why we're here. Like everything else around us, it's all illusion. Like YouTube, jobs, money, whatever it is that's happening around us, like the circus. Like she was talking about the circus, that was meant as a diversion. So it's that way people don't complain about not having money, the gold or coins or whatever. We'll just put up a circus. We'll have, that means where that originates from is the gladiator fights or whatever. Hey,
Right.
give them one of those. That's what matter of fact, that's why the NFL was started. It was started by what they call it, like same thing Bush was Skull and Bones. That's what Skull and Bones was like, who started the NFL. And it was designed so that a bunch of dudes, we were talking about that earlier, they're going to go show their dudes by watching someone toss a ball around or whatever. And and someone else mentioned the Lions. I hope the Lions win. I know I don't watch football anymore, but I get it. Everyone's has different
But then
perspectives.
it's also a way of division too, because my team,
Yeah.
oh, you're a so-and-so fan, I'm a this fan,
Oh, and here's the other thing. That's a great example, because then we like, oh look, this is my team. I'm Giants, or I'm the Raiders, or whatever the thing is, and it's like, why? Like what are they paying you to do that? Whether you get
Thank
some
you.
right?
Thank you, dude. That's what I've been saying for over a decade. It's like, did they come to your house and buy you pizza? Do you
Right?
know
Yeah.
that?
Exactly. Yeah. Why am I rooting for them? Like they're not doing nothing for me. It's all very one sided, and that's what politics are too. Though it's the illusion. It's like you think that they're doing something for you, but they're not. You're doing something for them. You know what I'm saying? They're here to tell you what to do.
I want to read this 2 verses real quick for you guys. It's Numbers 24:8. It's I know a lot of people don't believe the Bible. That's fine. But it is the oldest book, one of the oldest historical books, and it's been looked at by non-Christians and Christians alike, and it's been proven to be a historical account, right?
And it's always referenced in everything too, like in
Yeah,
movies and rap songs, and
it's the number one selling book ever. It's almost always has been. So this is the verse that I always thought about. It says God brought them out of Egypt, right, which is next door.
Yeah.
He fights for them like a wild ox. They devour their enemies, crush their bones, smash their arrows. And this is the part that I never knew. It says the nation is like a mighty lion, talking about Israel. It says when it's sleeping, no one dares to wake it. But whoever blesses Israel will be blessed, and whoever curses Israel will be cursed. So what's going on out there right now? Everyone's cursing Israel. So what's going to happen? I mean, according to this anyway, and this was written how many years ago?
Probably thousands of years ago.
It also said that
Is it
generation
Old
that
Testament, Dave?
yeah.
Yeah.
It says the generation that sees Israel become a nation will not pass away before the end comes. And that was in
You're right.
1948. Israel became a nation.
Exactly. That's what I've been saying. That's exactly what I said. Like a little while. You're right. That's the prophecy, and we're like right in that time, right when the red heifers
So
are here.
we sound crazy right now, I'm sure, to everyone, but I'm just saying, like,
Oh
you guys
well, so did
check it
Noah.
out for yourself. Check it out for yourself.
Right. Exactly. That's what. And that's. It's like that's why I was trying to tell people, like, but I'm going to stop because I'm like, whatever you learned, if you listen, you can't say you weren't told. You know what I'm saying? That like all these people focusing on worldly things. You know what I'm saying? And it's like people need to stop and think, who really runs this world? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, if you go back to like uh to when Jesus was being tempted on the mountain, um, Satan said, "Hey, check it out, Jesus. Um, take a look around you. I'm gonna bring you to the mountaintop. Look at
Yeah.
this. Take your pick. It's like a menu. Look at all these kingdoms. You got what you want, a Persian kingdom? I got you. But you want like the Rome? Man, I'll hook you up with some togas. You're gonna love it. You know what I mean?
Dude, I love it. Look at this
You're
thing.
right. You're gonna like what do you want? But people forget that's the same thing right now, right? It's nothing's changed. Has Lucifer gone away? I don't think so. You know what I'm saying? So he still rolls this whole world. That's that, and you saw it with the whole Rona. Like, do you see any countries step out of line? I don't think so. This whole world was like in lockstep. Where they were
Yep.
marching together. Is just that people aren't calling it out. You know what I'm saying? That
I
shows
mean,
you who's in
and
charge.
that's just what I'm saying, like, what I believe to be true.
Me too. I agree. Amen.
But I'm not, like, I understand if you guys don't believe it. That's fine.
Oh, I believe it wholeheartedly. Heck yeah. Matter of
But
fact,
one thing we can't deny, if you look at everything going on out there in the world, we all cannot deny that it just feels like something big's going to happen eventually. Doesn't it?
exact. Yeah, oh, absolutely. Here's how about this one. You can't tell me that there's not people out there. They'll all, Peanut, you're stupid, or But like, I tell you this though. How if I'm going to take someone you have to explain things on a worldly level to get the spiritual, is that talk about feelings and all that. There's all these people that think, if Trump doesn't win, that's the end of America. We
As if
need
he
to
could fix it, as if
right,
Trump is like the
right.
all-knowing fixer.
Right. Right. He's
Yep.
like he's like dun, 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 and he's gonna come in. But the point is that the feeling is that it's not just me. All these other people were feeling the same thing. They just don't recognize it. They don't put a label on it. But they're
Sorry,
still
Lloyd.
thinking like, oh yeah, America's like it's on its last legs. It's like the Roman Empire. Come on, you can't think I'm the only person saying this. It's not nothing new under the sun, right? And so everybody senses it. It's just that some people's senses are dead. They have calluses where they're not feeling the word
I
anymore.
got I got a question for everyone in chat and panel. Why are we on this earth? What is the point and meaning to our lives? And at the end of our lives, what did it matter that we lived? Think about those things. Like, so what? You have money, big house, but you got to die anyways. So what?
Mhm.
You can't
Right,
take it with
exactly,
you.
exactly.
So what is the point of this life? That we're just like roaming around and just working and
It's a
not,
test.
it's a rat
It's
race?
absolutely a test.
Or is
It's
there
a test.
something more to it? That's all I'm saying. Like,
Yep.
research that, man. We can't just
Yeah.
be here randomly for no
Right.
reason.
I mean, I
Otherwise,
truly, I truly believe that there is an afterlife, and this life is a test, and it's to see if you're worthy for the afterlife. And there's an afterlife regardless, but it's do you want to go to the good place or the bad place?
Right,
I think
exactly.
this life showed me that I'm not worthy
Oh, none of
of
us are.
that
Please. None of
without
us are
God.
worthy.
Like, I wouldn't be worthy of anything really, of
Right.
even redemption.
Exactly. It's not us that's worthy. Oh, please. All of it. Like, we ain't no better than anybody else. We're all sinners. But what is, it's the blood that covers us, though.
Yeah, like Steve, I don't know if we've talked about this on air before, but Steve let me ride his motorcycle one night, and I was drunk, and I crashed it, and he was selling it the next day, and I mean, it was like a huge freaking thing, man. It was like $5,000, something like that, and he had to sell it, man, and I crashed it and totaled it. Look at for me and Steve to still be friends, he had to completely forgive me, right, of what I did.
Right.
And I did.
And that's what I'm saying is like that's what it's about.
As soon as I knew that how bad you were hurt,
oh man,
I didn't give a flip about the bike
it's just
or
a
the
thing.
money. I'm like,
Right. Yep.
Dude,
but it showed me that I wasn't, like on my best day. Why do we all do good things for each other? Isn't it a lot of times that we do good things for other people, and in the back of our mind, we're just a little bit thinking that it might help us a little bit in some way or another? Or do we
Sometimes.
just help just to help? Do you do it in the
I do
dark?
that. Yeah, I
Like,
do.
right. I'm just saying, like everybody in chat, do you purposely go and give food to a homeless guy when no one else can see you and you only did it between him and you? Or
Oh, yeah.
don't most people do it like where people can see it?
Yeah,
Yeah, I
because
hear what you're saying.
I do believe
Yep.
that there's always a small, and like, even subconsciously, even if you don't realize it, there's always a small piece of selfishness.
Yes.
The reason you're doing it. And I've even said that, I think I said it to Nino once. I was like, yeah, but doesn't it make us look like when we go do what we're doing? It's like,
Yeah.
why are we showing everybody? Why don't we just do it and not even say anything?
That's
Just, you know what
interesting.
I mean?
Yeah, that's it. Philosophically intriguing because, like, like what I think is that, like, I hear what you're saying, but like, let me give you an example, and you tell me what you think, Steve. Like, what about uh, sometimes what I'll do is like I'll try to help somebody else out on YouTube, right? Which isn't like a huge thing; it's just YouTube, right? But when I do that, it's what I'm trying to do it because I think there's a huge danger in YouTube from the narcissistic side of it, where it builds people's egos and it's so tempting. It's like, look at me, I look what you can
Yeah.
have, right? And so like part of how I fight that is by helping other people out. It's like I'll shout someone's channel out or whatever. I'm not saying I'm a great person. I just said I'm a crummy person. And, oh, you just got the blood of the lamb on me. That's the only thing that makes me any decent. But like, it's not even me. It's the Lord, right? But like, so what I'm trying to say is that like, in a way, it does help me, I guess, it depending on your perspective, because I'm trying to buy. It's like a buy thing where I'm trying to help the person, but at the same time, it helps me because then it takes me down a notch with that ego to fight the seductive part of things like that, where it builds. It's like an anti venom to all the ego that people get. That I
Heck,
get.
it's like me, dude. I could have from day one opened my own podcast. Once I got a following and people, I could have opened my own thing. Instead, I spend my time on other people's channels, and I'm not looking for an attaboy, but giving money to other channels, trying to help people out. I'm doing moderations and shouting people out and putting addresses and trying to help everyone else build their stuff as a
Yeah.
community so that we can all grow together.
Yeah. No
But then
kidding.
I see so many people though that are only interested in building their kingdom
Yeah.
and leaving everybody else. Like, okay, for instance, the other day, those pop-up chats, Steve, that you were doing, you got like 700 views on the phone. I think they're called pop-ups. You know what I'm talking about? Where you do it on the phone.
Vertical.
Yeah, verticals. Okay, so
Yeah.
this is what I was thinking. I was going through vertical lives last night, and I'm going through one after another, and I'm just looking at these people, and they all got like 500, 700, 1,500 people, and there may be like 20 in their chat, and one after the other, I'm like, oh my gosh, there's like thousands of these people all thinking that there's something that they're not. Like, my world is this great world of YouTube, and really they're just one of thousands and thousands of other people doing the same thing every day.
Uh-huh.
You know what I mean? Like, Steve could make it, I think. You know, I think Steve's a good dude and can make it, but a lot of the shows I see, it's like, I heard somebody the other day, they're talking about how great they are. I was on this thing for maybe 10 minutes, and all I heard was, yeah, one day, you know, with enough work, you guys can be like me and blah, blah. And I'm thinking, dude, you got like freaking 1,000 subs. You might be making $200 a month, and one day I'm going to
Not
reach
even
your
that.
level.
With 1,000 subs, not even that.
But isn't that meaningless?
I mean, that's
I get.
also
I saw the
shows
same thing, Dave.
It's
how big
YouTube, right?
YouTube is. Think about that, because like you said, you were just going through just vertical lives, and there was just thousands of that. So think about like payroll for YouTube. If I mean, they're even if it's $100 a month that they're sending out, or 20,000 or 10,000 a month, whatever, but they're sending out to all those different people a certain amount of money every month. Dude, talk about the biggest payroll.
And
in
why did they
the
name, guys? Why did they name it YouTube? It's all
Right.
about you, bro. It's your facade. It's you showing what you are to everyone else. It's like, I don't know. I'm getting deep, but I'm just saying, man. I just went through one after another,
you're
after
right.
another, after another, after another, and I'm just like, holy crap, dude! I'm just like one of thousands of people trying to do the same damn thing.
Yeah,
Excuse
yeah,
my
me too.
language. And you know, if you're really good, you might make it. But we all don't matter that much, dude. I think people are crazy. They all think they matter so much in this world of YouTube. It's like, so what? 30 people showed up to your freaking podcast. So what?
Right.
Joe Rogan has like what? You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't
Yeah.
know. You know what I'm saying, right?
I get it.
T and Chat, we're not hating on anyone.
No, no, no. I'm
We're
just
not
saying
hating
that
on
we're not
anybody.
as important as we think we are.
Right.
Like, we're all here to have a good time and entertain. But I see a lot of ego in a lot of these channels.
You know what though, Dave? I'm subject to that too. I've caught myself before getting arrogant about something. Believe it
Yeah.
or
Oh,
not.
yeah.
Yeah,
And it's
and
like Lord Spike Protein says, the ego is not your amigo.
Yeah, I
yeah,
like
you're
that when
right.
you said that.
Exactly. That's what I was trying to say earlier. That's why, like, I sometimes I to get out of that, I do what you're doing, Dave. Like, but maybe not to the same extent, but like, I get it. Everything you're saying, I understand.
Yeah, I'm definitely not hating on anyone, bro. If you
Oh yeah,
know anything about me, no, T said it. I think it was T. But yeah, if you know anything about me, I'm not into hating anybody. I'm just saying, like, my general perception, I never had done that before where I just flipped verticals and then found one I liked and clicked into it. And I ended up at this kid who, for an hour, just said, "Stop posting those emojis. That's not nice. Don't do it." And then he just kept posting these emojis, telling him to stop talking. And I got sucked in for over an hour to this. It was more entertaining than like half the music channels I go to, man. I'm telling you. But anyway, my point is that we all don't matter that much, man. Don't take it so serious.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
at
Like
the
it's
same time, then T also just said, I mean, I have a purpose. Keep wondering, but we all have a purpose.
Yeah, yeah.
I just don't think we all know what that purpose is.
amen.
Right, and we just gotta kind of like just don't go out there with ego.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. That's what it is. That's what it's all about.
Yeah,
It's
because
that
if you
ego is
think,
so
because
poisonous.
no one, and I'm not trying to sound like some hippie friggin', but no one's better than. I mean, to me, in my eyes, we're all brothers and sisters. We're all human beings.
Actually, I kind of want you to sound like a hippie. Can you do like an imitation of a hippie? Be like, yeah,
Hey
man.
man, this shit's all right, man.
Raggy,
We just gotta love each other, man. It's all good.
Raggy,
Ruh-roh.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, it's all good. Or no, I don't even know how to pretend to be a hippie. Be all like a
You know,
peace and love.
hippies are the best. I love hippies.
I believe that, Darkwood.
Tremendous. I met tremendous hippies.
That's true, brother. It is narcissism. It's
Yeah.
crazy.
Yep.
It's like to sit up there and just look down at everybody else. And like, I had this happen to me the other night in the chat, and I won't say what chat, but I was in there and I'm like saying hello, and no one said nothing. And it's like, I know all these people, I've helped them all, and no one said nothing. I'm like, maybe they missed it, and I said it again. And then
That's rude.
I
Oh
even
my God,
donated.
that's rude.
I
That is so
donated
rude.
to the channel even. And
Oh,
nothing.
I've been there. I've been there. I've helped out all kinds of people with money. And like, oh man, I was on this one channel before, where like, I they were kind of grifting, but I'm being cool, right? And like, yeah, good Trump impression, Steve. And then, so I paid they said, hey, they just lost their place, they got evicted, they just need money to get their phone going, so I donated money to that person. I'm not bragging, I'm just saying that's what happened. And then then the next, cooled everybody in the chat. Next time I show up there, then I'm banned. I'm like, what? How did I get banned? You know what I'm saying? It was just what it was there was someone in there that was a mod that didn't like me for something else, and so they abused that power, and they manipulated this person to do that when I was like being a cool friend of them. But I know what you're talking about, man. That sucks. So you give money,
Clicky.
right? You're
YouTube is
helping.
also clicky, right? Have you
Oh
noticed
yeah.
that?
Oh yeah. Like a lot of people will watch like some, in my opinion, some really dumb stuff just because their friend is there or whatever. I can only do that for so long though. I can stop by and say, hey, I'm nice to somebody, but someone bores the tears out of me. I can only do that because I only have so much life. I don't want to spend it like my valuable last blood moment of living, my last breath. You know what I mean? Like watching
Yeah.
somebody just look, it's me. I'm being boring. Look at me. Watch me be me. You know what I mean? I'm like, I get it. You and Betty are good friends with Sally or something. You know what I mean? But
Look,
like,
everybody, there's a rock star in the house, and it's me.
oh my god, it's Betty.
Everybody bow down to me.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then some people are so like lemmings, man. They'll just follow, and like they're just like, I'm just following the group, man. I don't know where we're going. I'm following the
What
group.
about like when you're in somebody's chat and you're always there and they always say hello, they always make a big deal out of it, but then they bring in a different group of people that are maybe a one step higher than them, and then they act like you don't exist?
Oh yeah, dude. Like you were just talking about donating and stuff earlier. That's happened to me where I would, it don't maybe $5, $10, whatever, but and I can't afford to do that to begin with, but I like these channels, I do support them. So it's the little bit I do have, I want to like show it. And then every other time they like, just give me some kind of recognition,
Much
and then,
love,
but then
man.
they'd have someone on there, like you were saying, Dave, and then I would do that again and nothing. And it's like, dude, like what, all of a sudden, like I'm nothing.
And again, they have 1,000 subs.
Yeah, and I don't want you to throw a huge party or anything or make it, just at least let me know that you recognized it. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Oh yeah, I've been used and everything else. Some people are so ruthless and cold, like it's short sighted, and like yeah. But I've learned that it's like the quality doesn't necessarily mean how many people are watching, because like
Exactly. Yep.
because I've watched some channels that have like like a gazillion. Like okay, this one I could say. Can I mention a big channel or is that off limits?
No, go for it, man.
All right. So if you look at like More Frugal, for example, that guy has a gazillion dumb people in there. But like every week it's like, oh my God, we're all gonna die. You have to watch this video and then buy my bug out bag or whatever he's selling.
Sensationalism, right?
Yeah, it's like he's just
Yeah.
like mopping these people up. I don't know. It just seems I know there's a ton of people in there, but like the whole thing is just based on fear porn and like and using people to try to buy their whatever there is they're hawking at the moment.
Not with Sharon Stone, right?
No.
And she said they're all uneducated. You said they're mopping them up. Left and right.
Oh yeah, I don't mean like that. I mean like
I know, I'm kidding.
yeah.
Totally kidding.
Yeah.
Maybe she was right about that.
No. Oh man. Or like.
Well, you know what then? Wait, and these are true statements. Fear sells products
Yep.
and fear mongering. So, with that being said, you guys have to hit the like button, or the UFOs are going to come back tomorrow and just blow everything up. We're all going to die.
I would love to do a deep dive into that Bohemian Grove thing, man.
Sorry. Yeah,
I
matter of
would-
fact, Reagan was there. Reagan was at Bohemian Grove. So was Nixon. Everyone thinks
I
Reagan.
would love just like an inside video of that place just to see what really went down.
Oh, you might not want to see what happens there.
Well, not all of it, but I mean, I would love to people see what they actually do. These people who are supposedly more educated than us.
Oh yeah, no kidding. And then here's the thing about education too. For starters, like where you pay to go to college and all that, a lot of times that's just a rip off and it's brainwashing anyway, depending on what you study, right? So it doesn't mean you're better than anybody else. It just means that you got robbed by the system. Two, not all knowledge is the same thing. Like sometimes people have a lot of. I've known people in my life that have read a million books and they can eloquently read you a story or something, but they don't have a lick of common sense about anything. You know what I mean? Or a lot of people that know how to work on cars, but not everybody knows how to do that. And I'm not trying to be pejorative. What I'm saying is that or an artist or whatever, there's a lot of different, I've personally learned that that the people around me, I can learn something from every day. I learned something from you tonight, Dave. You know what I'm saying? I'm learning all the time from Steve. I learn from people in my chat. I think, that the people around that they all have these valuable skills that not everybody else has. And so, it's like saying how intelligent someone is or whatever it was that Sharon Stone was alluding to is not taking into consideration that the value everybody has, I just like you're saying, can't take someone for granted. And you never know, they're going to be the one that's going to help give you the crackers or whatever you're talking
I'm
about.
saying, bro, that one guy that you hated on, he might have like the key to the padlock to let you
Yeah.
into the freaking
Oh yeah.
the last
yeah.
food on earth, bro. And you just
Yep.
and he's like, yeah, star punk.
Yeah, they have a name too. Like every time I go to the grocery store, I know all their names. I even the guy who doesn't speak English. I take the time to learn at least how to say hello. Yeah, seriously, he spoke Spanish. I barely know Spanish, but I
¿Cómo
take the time.
está, mi amigo?
Oh, that's okay. See,
That's all like, como te llamas? And then,
yeah.
'cause I know how to say, what's your name?
No
Right?
speak español.
Hey, what you talking about, Holmes?
Hey, where's Taco Bell? They don't
This
even eat Taco
racist,
Bell.
man.
That's crazy, though, is most of the Spanish people I know and am friends with, they will not eat Taco Bell at all. They say that is not
Oh yeah,
not
because
Spanish
it's not
food.
Mexican food, man.
No, it's definitely not
No.
Mexican food.
No.
It's maybe
Look,
kind of like an imitation of it.
And then, like, if you go over their house and their mom cooks like an old school Mexican dinner, you are like in heaven, man.
Love Mexican food.
I would pay $100 for a dinner like that anytime. Fresh beans that she soaked like overnight, just great spices, homemade tortillas. Yeah, my daughter was friends with Latino.
Yeah, I like Mexican people. I never had any problems with anyone Mexican.
They always invited me over, and then they're like, when I would go home, they'd have like 3 plates stacked up for me to go home with. And I'm like, you people you're just the best.
Yeah, they're pretty cool for sure. Absolutely. I like the street tacos, man. Street tacos are so good. And there's like a taco truck I used to eat all the time when I was in the East Bay, and then like 'cause now I'm way up north, and I saw them the other day, and they remembered me and stuff. They go, "Hey, what's up?" But yeah, because I trusted their food more than like McDonald's or something. You know what I mean?
Oh
Like,
yeah,
right?
dude. Food trucks out here are huge because yeah, it's basically homemade food. I mean, it's not
I
Processed
definitely want to.
garbage.
I want to try that taco truck you and Nina went to so bad, dude. I think about it all the time.
I
That
like it
one,
when
and you,
I like it
I
when
don't
they're street
know.
tacos. Like they
Go
got
ahead.
the little. Oh no, I'm sorry. Like real quick, like they got the soft. There's a tortilla, and it's got like the meat with the seasoning on it, and then like maybe cilantro or something with a lime. You know what I mean? It's like so simple, but like it.
Fish tacos. That's what it was.
I've never had fish taco, believe it or
Oh
not.
yeah, fish
Steve had
tacos.
fish
Are those good?
tacos, and he was eating them like on this. I was watching his stream. He was eating the fish tacos on the stream, and I was just like salivating, going, "How could I get me some fish tacos from Hawaii all the way to here? Could you at UPS me or FedEx me somehow?" Like he's got a freeze dry machine. I even thought like he could freeze dry that crap.
Right.
It wouldn't be the same. It'd still be good, but it wouldn't be the same.
But the idea of fresh fish, like right off the ocean into a taco truck, or not taco truck, but
I'm trying to remember which place that was though, because dude, there's a handful of
I'll
good
tell you,
places for.
it had a little carnival type deal in the back, but it was closed when you went there. You went.
Shoot, I still.
It
I
looked like a
remember what you're
playground.
talking about, and I remember you saying send me. I remember that, but I just can't remember the specific. I gotta visualize everything, and it's not popping in my head.
You
Because
talked to
I'm
the
thinking of
guy.
the one place called Killer Tacos.
I don't
Was
know
it
if that
that?
was it. You
Was it
talked.
Killer?
You
I
knew
think.
the guy. You knew the guy, and then you're like, shout out to this truck, and then you pointed to the menu.
Oh no! Okay, it just popped in my head. I know exactly what you're. Yep, that's not too far from Killer Tacos, but yeah, both of them very good. Both of them tremendous tacos, fish
Their
tacos, greatest I
tacos,
ever had.
their
But
tacos
yeah,
can do
They're
fire booty,
huge.
fire booty.
but no, yeah, they are. Yeah, that was that's on Nina's birthday. We usually go out there for her birthday every year.
Taco isn't a taco unless you can taste it twice.
Yep. Yeah, it's like this huge parking lot, and there's like, I don't know, 10, 12, maybe 14 different food trucks. And yeah, it's way better than fast food, man. Tell you that.
Yeah. Yeah, I love for the taco trucks, man. So good.
There's Dave. Or I'm
Lions,
sorry,
man.
I
Those
always
Lions are
forget the
like
name because I don't watch football, but I always forget the name. What's the name of the coach for the Lions?
Dan Campbell. Now, this
Dan
is what I
Campbell,
wanted
yeah.
to tell you earlier: is there is a Dan Campbell lookalike contest this Sunday at 4 o'clock at this place called the Hoppy Cat or the Hop Cat down on Woodward in Detroit.
Dude, you should go because everyone else is probably going to be make-upped up or just dressed up to look, and then you'd be like,
Dude, I
I'm
get
just
asked
here.
once a day. At least once a day I get asked.
you got to go down there.
And but the thing is like the prize is literally fries for a year from Hopcat on Woodward. And I'm like,
Yeah, so
I
you'd
ain't
have
gonna
to,
I'm like, I'm not
Yeah.
driving all the way down to Woodward for some free fries, bro.
and
But
I probably would. I'd probably be like, well, I want it. I don't want to waste it. But then it's like, yeah, but I'm wasting gas. I don't even want them right now. But
what I keep thinking though is what if that's the sad reward and then Dan Campbell shows up for the winner and you get to meet him and then maybe like
Season
you
maybe you
want
get
to do a commercial
tickets.
with you for
You then
state
get tickets to
commercial.
the you get tickets to
Bowl or
the
something.
Super Bowl with a suite.
Cheerleader.
Hey, and even if I had all that stuff, I would still be humble. I'm just saying.
Right.
But I like Dan Campbell because he's real and dude, I saw him at the press conference after and he's like, they won and they're like, yeah, some of the players talk about how special you are. And he's like, I love those guys, man. I'd give my life for them. And dude, he teared up and he's like, I'd give my life for any one of those guys. You could just tell he's like all in, you know what I mean? He's one of them guys you would want at your back in battle or something. He's
I don't
ready
watch
to go.
football anymore either. But I hope
I
the
don't either.
Lions win. Whatever it's worth, of the Lions win because they never been in it. Like
I think they lost tonight.
Oh, they lost 4 times. Is that them, or maybe it was the Buffalo Bills or someone?
They were 11-1. I think they lost to the Packers tonight. Green
Oh,
Bay.
I thought
Oh, that's
someone
in their
earlier
division.
said they won. Someone earlier, I think Hopkinson said they won 34-31.
Huh?
Oh, okay, last time I was watching it was 28-24. It must have been the fourth quarter.
Yeah, it'd be cool if they won it, because they might have won like back in Vince Lombardi times before there was a Super Bowl. Like I wonder if they may have won like the NFL back then, or NFC, whatever it was called. You know what I mean? Before the NFL even existed. Like,
Right. Yep.
yeah, but I don't think they've ever won a Super Bowl though. I don't think the
No,
Bills have won.
they
Bills haven't
never
won.
won a Super Bowl, but they won the Super Bowl, but before the Super Bowl existed. So
Right. Right. Okay. Man, it's been a long time. And like it reminds me of like that story about there's a drug addict that had a lion. I heard this story now. It's that's in the Detroit Zoo, because like some crack house or something was using the lion as a guard dog. Have you guys heard that?
no, I haven't.
Yeah, yeah, I think it's like there. That's what Robin said. There was a 'cause she used to live in Detroit. There was a like some drug house. Hey, what's up, Fortune? Thought.
What's up,
What's
Forgy?
up, brother?
What's going on?
I forgot about that voice. Oh my
Oh,
god.
hey.
It hits me right in the ear.
Got
Like
that manly voice.
Very.
But yeah, because he was saying in chat earlier, that's why I invited him up, because he was saying in chat earlier about Bohemian Grove. And,
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, can you imagine forging in like when he was like 10 going to school? It's like, hey boys, I'm the captain.
He got the full beard in 5th grade or something.
I'm the captain. Shut up.
Teacher, I got you some bathroom.
I love it. I love it.
It's like,
Yeah.
who should be our leader? And then Fortune Thought walks in. He's like, I think I can handle it. Like,
The
yeah,
first
yeah, you.
question, forging, how fortified really is Bohemian Grove? Is it everything they say it is?
Well, let me see. Can you all hear me, or am I still muted?
No, you
No,
sound
we can hear you.
Okay, cool. I had to close a window. I had an echo, and it was driving me crazy. So the thing about Bohemian Grove is, if it ever was like a place to plan world domination and all that crazy shit, it ain't no more. It's just a kooky. You know, if you've ever heard Richard Nixon's description of it, that's pretty accurate. It's pretty hilarious if you know what he said.
Yeah, I remember that quote.
Yeah, it's so like I actually have an ex-girlfriend that used to work there as a bartender, and they make him sign an NDA disclosure and all that shit. And that's the only reason I was curious about it, because there's a bar. I just sent Steve the map, or the Google Maps of it. There's a bar that I stop off at near the river every single time I pass by there on the motorcycle, and it's only 3 miles from the front gate of Bohemian Grove. And you can go there when they're not having their camping session, or whatever you call it, their little soiree. You can just ride through there. You can go through the whole campground and check it all out, and walk right up to the big owl statue that's the Moloch thing, and get in it and climb up the thing. Like, there's no security at all.
Oh, interesting.
It's only during the little soiree when they have security, and it's just like a private fraternal event. And there's been, like, since Alex Jones, there's been other people who have gone in since they've had that. And I even had my ex-girlfriend, she had a tape recorder on her at one point, and she's like, dude, there's nothing but a bunch of drunk old faggy men here. And that's exactly how she put it. She said it's just a bunch of dudes who want to butt fuck each other away from prying eyes.
So it was a big Diddy party?
Yeah.
It's basically basically a big old freaking you know, like a bathhouse outdoors.
I'm so sorry I asked.
What's funny about that though is, like, if you think about it, that goes back to, like, say that, like, the Catholic Church doing the same thing, and then also going all the way back to, like, the Freemasons. There's a reason why they don't have women there. So I bet it's like part of their rituals is they have to, like, be, you know, play for the other team, so to speak.
That is bizarre.
I know
I
they
never
do
would have thought that.
that weird ritual where they do the effigy, where they're burning the fake coffin and shit. They do that. Like, that's a thing, but it's basically just like a really stupid play with really weird guys that like to wear makeup and dance around in togas and shit. That's it. I was kind of disappointed. I was like, man, I want to see something creepy.
I heard that they burn like their things that they feel bad about in life or something that they did wrong, they just burn it and it goes away. Like they don't have to feel shameful about it anymore as long as they burn it or something.
I don't know if that's part of the ritual. I know they burn it's like a small coffin, and it's like they might metaphorically throw that in there. I don't fucking know. A bunch of weirdos.
Dude,
But
it's so weird, man. I was just listening to this story the other day on YouTube too, and it was some dude's story about that they pulled off something, and
pulled off
but
what?
it was basically everything you just said about like like a bunch of men wearing costumes, doing some like weird plays, and then once you said the burning coffin or something, but he said he was like he somehow ended up being like working on I don't know the Epstein Island. And he was like stuff like that was happening. He would have to hide and couldn't be seen by anyone until certain times. But he said the exact same thing you just were saying about Bohemian Grove,
Interesting.
about the
Yeah.
plays.
Dark Wood says it's something that resembles. I don't know.
Oh, interesting.
Ooh.
What's is that by Santa Rosa? Whereabouts is that at? Forging Thought.
So I'm in Santa Rosa. That's where I'm at. But everywhere I go, it's up Highway 116. Like going towards Duncan's Mills, which is the place I go to ride to all the time. So out on Highway 116 next to the Russian River, that's where it's at. It's just literally a hop, skip, and a jump away from the Russian River. And the bar I'm at is right on 116, and it's right off 116. In fact, you can see, because Bohemian Grove is actually huge, like the whole camping ground and the whole area they cover. But the actual little section that they occupy, like their little campground and their little amphitheater and all that stuff, it's actually really small. It's only about a 200 square foot thing, and then there's the cabins that go around it. But the land that they own is huge. It's a whole bunch of woods. But there's nothing developed there. It's just like campsites that families rent during the year. And then during the soirees, they don't have families there, but it's like that whole part you can see from the road. It's visible from the highway.
Little kitties go missing from there all the time.
How far are you from there and from Santa Rosa, like in time wise? Like how long would it take to drive
So
there?
from where I'm at in SR, it's about 15 minutes.
Oh, damn! It's like hella close to Santa Rosa.
Yeah,
13,
it's super close.
13 minutes.
13 minutes. Wow, it's like right around the corner.
Oh,
yep.
Yes.
Pretty much.
Called the cremation of care ceremony.
Yeah, they put on a weird skit. They put on a weird skit, say a bunch of weird shit, and then they burn an effigy, and then they all just keep getting drunk and doing the thing.
I'm reading a comment or like a reply out of a blog for Bohemian Grove people that went there or whatever, and this person says, I know someone that works there, or at least did. I talked to him. He saw Conan O'Brien and Jeb Bush there and described it as a bunch of gay, rich, white dudes eating lobster.
Yeah.
So that's why I think it's probably like, I'm guessing, because like I was talking to someone else about it, and like what happened with Diddy and whatnot is that I think what happens is like I've seen this as a pattern, I guess, is that some of these guys they get like forcibly taken down or have to like that's part of like the how you join the club. I think is you have to like take one for the team, so to speak. And so I think once they do that, it like I heard this happens in prison too. They get turned like they were straight, and then they go through that, and then they become the other way or whatever. So I think that probably happens with kids too, where like I'm not trying to darken everything up, but like where they go through all these really things that wouldn't wish on anybody. And like it goes through like the Catholic Church. If you look at like the Talmud, there's a lot of writings about weird stuff like that. Probably goes back to Babylon, and then and the also the like I said the Freemasons that they don't allow women there, and maybe that's why. Also, that goes back to like rumors of the Knights Templar. So some of these sexual behaviors or whatnot, I'm sure they probably start out as ritual or something that go as like a common thread that runs through all these secret organizations.
This dude, Mr. Moose, says that Clint Eastwood went there.
I wouldn't be surprised. They probably all go there.
I have
You
my
know,
own theory on the Masons, but
let's hear it. I want to hear.
And this is 100% just a personal thing. I think the
Yeah.
Masons, in a way, is kind of like the Bohemian Grove crowd in the fact that it used to might have been something. I know that's terrible English, but there might have been some nefarious shit that used to happen there. But I think a lot like the Masons, it's something that might have had power at one time, but now they just revel in the fact that people think they have power, and they're just a bunch of dorks that do a bunch of weird shit.
Yeah,
I kind of disagree with that. I hear what you're saying, but like, I don't know, because like all these secret societies, they still have power. I mean, like for example, like if you look at the outskirts of things, look at the Bud Light thing, where they're like, oh, here, come on, let's have this weirdo come on and sell beer. That nobody who drinks Bud Light would want to see that. That tells me that somebody up higher than them that's in the club that they got the finger tap on the shoulder and say, guess what? This time for you to earn your real money. So like that, not only that, but like look at all the secret handshakes that happen around the world, and all the like I see Ted Cruz doing the lion's paw. That's like the same pose that like Napoleon did. So if they're dead,
you know what?
all these powerful people are
Tree
still like
Scout
doing the same.
Tree Scout clubs have secret handshakes too, though. You know what I mean?
That whole place probably smells like one big butthole.
Dude, I bet you anything.
That's
It
all
probably
I'm
smells like
thinking of. Like
it probably smells like a kangaroo's pouch. I tell you what,
like sweat and butt.
That's nice.
There's a lot of things. I tell you what about Bohemian Grove. There's a lot of things that did surprise me when I went in there to check it out. That I was like, oh, that's not even close to what people are saying it is. And I think that those kind of societies, they get off on people thinking that they're a lot bigger than they are. Like that giant owl statue that people have thought was carved out of a tree. Or it was like a rock face. It's literally just sculpted fiberglass. You can get up inside of it, and it's like a painter's scaffold with a fiberglass front to it. The whole big owl is just one big fiberglass thing. You can get inside of it and climb up on the different levels. There's nobody watching it, and you can see where people have been in there. There's like an ashtray with cigarettes in it and shit. There's like nothing to it. So
what's the deal with the owl? What's the symbolism of the owl mean? Like
it has to do with something with it has to do with something with Moloch, but I'm not sure if that's originally what Moloch was supposed to be. I think that's just the interpretation that's been given by whatever group that is, and then others. Like it's a symbol used by a bunch of different pagan societies and stuff.
The reason I bring that up is because I see owls on a lot of kids' cartoons. I see owls all over the place.
Oh, no kidding.
On clothing and hats and all kinds of stuff. I just wondered if it was.
I never thought of that. Now that you mentioned that, yeah, me too. But yeah, I
like,
never.
I've seen like the Prince, like he was posing recently with that Freemason symbolism. So I'm pretty sure he wasn't a Boy Scout.
Right.
That's fast you go.
I know a couple of Masons, and they're just Star Trek nerds.
Well, maybe they are, but like they're still part of an evil club. And there's required reading for them is Albert Pike, and Albert Pike just straight up said it was Luciferian. Like when you get to those higher degrees, it's all Luciferian. And not only that, but all in Hollywood. And I don't think anyone's going to vouch for Hollywood being a clean place. They got that 33 everywhere, flash it everywhere. I'm not buying it, brother. I mean, but more power to you.
What do you mean 33? I'm unfamiliar with that one.
33. That's a Freemasonry. That's when you get that's a 33rd
33 degree. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you meant there was like something in Hollywood specifically that was like a 33 thing.
Well, actually, there is specific and non-specific. I mean, because if you go to Disneyland, if you want it, like there's Club 33. If you want like to have your own place to kick it at there,
which is expensive.
All the kids there in Clubs 33.
I'll have to look into that.
Very expensive Club 33. I watched like this thing on it a couple years ago. I never even knew about Club 33 until I watched that, and then found out how much it is, which was ridiculous amount of monry. It's like, wow, why would you have
like
that
a nightclub or what is it?
I don't know everything. It's basically like you've probably been to Disneyland, right? Forge, you thought?
Yeah, it's my daughter's Make-A-Wish trip was there.
Okay, then it's like if you go to like, I think it's like where the Pirates Caribbean, right? It's somewhere like where they have the haunted mansion or something, right around that area, Disneyland. There's like it's like one of those back places you go to where like it's in that general area. I think it's like where it's like kind of like renting an apartment or something for special people. They can,
Really?
they could,
Huh.
yeah. I don't know.
And it's at
Don't
the
quote me
Los
on that.
Angeles one? It's at the
Yeah, it's
Los
at the
Angeles
Los.
one?
Oh, you mean the not Los
Oh,
Angeles,
shit.
but like Anaheim. Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
I
yeah,
didn't
it's
know. I'll
in
have
LA.
to check it out.
Yeah,
I had
yeah.
no idea.
How old was Jesus when he was
33.
killed?
33.
33, right?
Yeah, I think there's some of that 33 math about all kinds of stuff. And like for example, 9/11, I think it was like I forget what the exact math is on it, but there was something mashed up with 33 like when they first designed it to like 33 years later. I don't remember exactly. It might be that or something else, but it added up to 33 when the towers came down.
I just looked it up. It says the number 33 is considered a master number with profound significance, often associated with compassion, divine blessing, inner wisdom, and calling to serve others through acts of kindness and positive influence on the world around you.
That and the G that they use for Masons, that's
Yeah.
like if you count through the alphabet and go all the way back around, it ends up being letter 33.
That's crazy. It's
That and like
all
and when the towers came down, that was basically symbolized like the masonry pillars, Jason and Boaz or whatever they're called. Those it's another form of the divisions, like the light and the dark, the black and white tiles. It's the duality of that's in this world. And so when it happened, when they brought it down, then they turned it into one tower, and that's like out of many, e pluribus unum, out of many come one. Like they're gonna like merge everybody, this huge slave class.
What do you guys think of the Simpsons, all the stuff that's happened on the Simpsons coming true? You think
A
that's
guy
all
who
just
he's a Mason.
lucky? Is he?
He's a yeah. That's what happened is they know they everything that's happening. They've already planned it out like years ago. They already know what's going to happen. So that because they're the ones that control it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
it kind of goes back to like the subjective or what was it, predictive programming earlier that we were talking about because
Oh yeah,
that's why
yeah.
they make movies like that because it prepares us stupid people that
Right.
So then when shit does happen, we were somehow we already knew it was going to happen subconsciously because they've been telling
Exactly,
us.
because they know it's gonna happen. Like, even going back to what I was talking about Albert Pike earlier, he predicted 3 world wars, World War I, World War II, and the yet to come World War III, and then he did all that from a letter he was writing to someone in Italy, I forget who it was, but, that was in, like, the 1800s, like, right around the time of the Civil War. How the heck is this person gonna predict, all the things that would happen unless they knew about it ahead of time?
You think that Matt
Right.
Groening is a Freemason when he did that episode about the Stonecutters, which was mocking the Masons?
Yeah, I think it's basically like they do a lot of stuff like that. It's basically truth in plain sight. They have to do that. It's like they're not mocking anything. They're mocking us is who they're mocking.
The towers being on fire. I don't know if you guys remember seeing that episode.
Yeah, and it even said 911.
Yeah.
Oh, right, exactly. Right? How did he know that? He's like a choir boy or something.
Shit. I
I mean, come
actually
on.
did. I actually made a short. It's gonna be hard to find, but I'll look for it.
Or you got like the Back to the Future where like the mall is like it's Twin Pines and all of a sudden becomes One Pine Mall or something, and then like the backwards it shows 9/11.
Talking about like a one world government, like it'll all end up there in the end. Is
Oh,
that
we're
what
already there. It's just they haven't explained it yet. Like they haven't revealed it yet. Like this is all. That's what happened with 2020 when all these countries are doing the same thing. That's like them saying you got to read between the lines, but that means that like this whole world is controlled by somebody.
Do you guys think, honestly, this is a real question. In the end, when all the wars happen, do you guys actually think the United States will be one of the ones left? Or do you think
I have an answer for you.
There's too many hypotheticals to go with that question.
I got an answer. Wait, if you basically you can figure out from reading the Bible. If you read from what happens after Revelation 13, basically what it mentions is Gog and Magog. Gog and Magog is basically Russia.
Russia and China, right?
In China, but probably I don't know, maybe somebody else, Turkey or someone. But what it doesn't mention is it doesn't mention America. There's no America there to stop them, and there can't be. And the reason why is because the Antichrist got to rule this whole world. There's no exceptions. There's no get out of jail free card. That this whole world has got to be under the control of the Antichrist. The only way that can happen is if there's no United States or the United States signs up. That's how that works. So
that's what I was thinking is like, are we going to be here?
Either we won't, or we won't be the way we think we are now.
Or we'll just be weak, like an EMP type cash.
I mean, if you're going off like biblical stuff, and there's nothing that any real world analysis of past warfare or future warfare would do. So I mean, you already know your answer if that's what you want.
Well, it's actually worse either way. You could give it a worldly answer too. Let's just forget about the Bible and look at like the fact that there is that there are countries that are trying to topple the dollar. The dollar is on its last legs. So there's all kinds of people who are saying that the dollar is going to crash. These are economists and they know stuff that I don't know. But then there's this thing called the New World Order. Matter of fact, it wasn't Putin talking about the New World Order. It was our president talking about the New World Order. And basically, what that means, people don't realize it because they haven't explained to them. New World Order, that means the opposite of the old world order. Well, who's in charge of the old world order? And that's us, the United States, the West. So if there's a new world order, it means at the very least we don't have the power that we had or still think we have now. That means that's why they have to get rid of us, because they in order to make room for the new world, which is all planned out anyway. But don't believe me. Listen to George Bush. He told you. At least go back and look at the recording. He says, I'm happy about this. It's going to be great. It's going to be a new world order. But what he didn't explain is to the people is it means that we're not going to be here. This USA isn't going to be here.
I was thinking like this,
I would think it'd be more like the UN or more like NATO.
What if the last war had nothing to do with missiles, bombs, or bullets? What if it was just totally over trying to have food or clean drinking water?
Yeah, I could see that actually.
That's like control of the people, right? Without firing a shot.
Oh yeah, amen. I probably will have. I could totally see that happening because
I think it'll be something different.
But who knows? I don't know exactly what. I'm just speculating.
I think the final war is going to be us against AI.
That could be true
that too. Yeah, that's a great point, Forging. That's definitely
as somebody who's been in combat and seen that everything that the civilian market gets, they've already had for 15 to 20 plus years. I have a feeling that there's going to be a lot of shit that goes south that they don't have control over, and it's going to go bad.
Yeah. I'm gonna play this real quick because this is a short, so it's less than a minute. But I did that. I didn't realize it was that long. This is over a year ago. But
1976. The Legion of Doom is about to begin its reign of terror.
Yeah.
Stan Lee?
And destroy the Pentagon with once.
That's the Ghostbuster lady.
Yep.
Wow, this is nuts.
Mm-hmm.
One thing I'll bring up though, not to try to discount this, but why is it that all these different media sources have used this as a target in some of their stuff? Isn't it a possibility that maybe these were selected as a target because they're such a prominent part of that skyline and they're such an important thing?
Yeah, maybe, but it didn't happen to the Empire State Building.
Well, does the Empire State Building influence world trade?
Okay, look at
The Empire State Building has jack and shit to do with the world's economy. World Trade Center, not so much.
Well, they have to go back to look at those. I don't know, man. I guess you could like look for anything. I mean, if you're trying to look for something, I guess you could do that.
That's what I'm
What do you
saying.
guys
It just
think
seems
of
it
the-
seems more to me like people are looking to try to find a connection with some type of conspiracy when it comes to that and the cartoons and everything. It just seems like there's a more plausible answer to it. That's just me. That's my personal take on it.
Okay. Well, then
He's
what about
coming
this?
from a logic standpoint.
All right, here's some logic for you. What why don't you think it's kind of funny that George Bush's like uncle or whatever his relation was in charge of security at the Twin Towers? Isn't that kind of like a wow, what a coincidence?
I'm not saying there wasn't weird shit going on with the towers. I'm just saying the whole cartoons predicting it part of it.
So what you're saying is, I want to make sure I understand, is that you're saying that that they knew ahead of time, but it's just that the cartoons weren't predicting.
I definitely believe, after looking at all the evidence I've seen and different things like that, I do believe planes hit the towers, but I also believe that there was other things going on that helped them down. I believe that they knew ahead of time, but this is all just personal shit that I've seen. I don't necessarily think that cartoons predicted it. I think that's a little stretch. This goes on with one of the theories that I have when it comes to like problems with some things I hear from people in Q saying, is that people will go off on some breadcrumbs where they're getting towards the truth, and then they'll just go way too far past the truth to where there's something that doesn't make much sense, and they could have just been back at the truth when they just kept going, and it discredits what they said before. That's just my own, like I said, my own personal opinion. It just seems like, the truth is there, and then people overstep it a lot. You could be at the truth, and then people focus on like the cartoon stuff, and it doesn't need to be that.
What do you guys
what you're
think
saying
of
what you're saying about
the
the security detail and all that stuff, I hear you and I agree with you. There's just
I think the cartoon stuff, it was just predictive programming.
Yeah, I agree. I definitely think
was
so
just,
too.
you know,
It's just too many examples, and like I don't know. Like I'm not it's like some little kids watching that's going to be worried about economic stuff from the world. You know what I mean?
So what do you guys think of the Statue of Liberty? Now, I was reading about that the other day.
I got
Why
something to say.
you guys know why that was originally given to the United States?
No, I don't. Tell me. I want to learn.
So who was the torchbearer?
Probably Apollo or something.
I wanted to ask everybody, give everybody a chance to maybe
Helios,
they know
maybe.
why
the
he
torchbearer
got there.
in the statue or in the what?
Yeah, the actual torch at the top, like it mentions in the Bible, a torchbearer. But I'm just wondering if anybody knows why the Statue of Liberty was given to the United States.
Okay, well, wait. We'll give
I don't know, Dave.
We'll give the chat a chance to see if they can. But in the meantime, I just thank you, Cheryl, for reminding me. I forgot to ask the Nut House in the beginning that I ask everyone is, do you believe in ghosts, aliens, and or Bigfoot, or all three?
Ghosts. Well, we talked about aliens, so whatever they are, I think they're real. Like there's something, right? Ghosts.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about. I have been experienced things where stuff moved, and I've heard mimics where someone was talking to me that wasn't there. Not like I'm crazy, but like some spirit was like trying to emulate somebody that wasn't there. Like like a girlfriend or whoever that was to mimic the sound of their voice, and so I've seen like the black shapes and whatnot. So I know I don't think they're ghosts though. If you're going to say spiritual entities, that I would agree with, but I don't know what they are. I think they're probably demons, but or some kind of demonic entity. But because if they can mimic someone who's not there, that means that they can mimic like a past relative or something too. So I think they're probably demonic spirits. Whatever they are, they're real. In
I
my
think
mind.
they're transdimensional. Like I don't think we live in one dimension. I think that
That's
there's
possible.
like a few
Yeah.
dimensions.
Yeah, you might be right. It might be something like that. And then regarding the what's the Bigfoot.
Bigfoot.
Yeah, I don't know about Bigfoot. I'm not sure, but I'm open minded. I think it's possible, but it's one of those things where I kind of wonder, like, there's things that I wonder that are kind of like anti Bigfoot being real. Like, for example, with all the cameras that are out and everything else, why haven't we gotten a good clear picture of one yet? But on the other side,
Right,
maybe
yeah,
there's
why is it always so blurry?
right, exactly. But maybe they're Nephilim or something, and maybe they have some kind of like they're connected to UFOs or something. I don't know. So basically I don't know if they're real. I don't know if they're not real. So I'm kind of open-minded. I'm open to suggestion and whatever evidence comes forward. But at this point I don't know.
Right on, right on. But no, I just always ask that, and I forgot Cheryl. That's like the third time Cheryl's reminded me. Thank you, Cheryl. But so anyway,
Maybe
back to
Bigfoot is
Statue of
just
Liberty.
blurry.
Back to
Yeah.
yeah, maybe that's what he's just
Maybe
That's what
Bigfoot's
he
pixelated.
just
looks
blurry,
like.
huh?
It's actually a clear shot. This was what he actually
Yeah.
looks like.
So he's pixelated. That's what
He was part of the Philadelphia experiment. He's just coming in and out.
Right. They're tuning him in.
Yeah.
So sorry. So back to Statue of Liberty. Did anyone answer what if they
No,
remembered?
I was
so go on,
waiting to
Dave.
hear
So
more
I'm
of what he said.
curious. I am curious
All right,
about.
so the Statue of Liberty was given to the United States by the people of France as a symbol of friendship and to commemorate the alliance between the two nations during the American Revolution. It was also when we ended, I think it was the emancipation of the slavery, wasn't it? But like so many people, if you ask them, they don't know. Everyone loves the statue, right? But nobody knows what it's about. And there's
That's
also,
what it's officially
Oh, I
about.
thought you were asking me what the actual figure was.
oh yeah, well, I mean, there's also conspiracy theorists that it's a statue to Satan, because in the Bible, I think he's described as a light bearer, but it's like not. He's really not a light
Yeah,
bearer.
that's what Daniel England was just saying. Yeah.
All right, let me tell you guys something real quick. Is that like the U.S. flag? Guess who that was designed by?
Betsy Ross.
Nope, Freemasons. The Statue of Liberty. Guess who that was designed by? Freemasons.
I never knew that either.
The Pledge of Allegiance. Guess who wrote that? Freemasons. What's the other ones in here? Oh, the national anthem. Guess who wrote the music for that?
The American flag was made by
Freemasons.
Francis.
Freemasons.
The American flag was designed by Francis Hopkinson after the design was modified from Betsy Ross.
Right, Betsy Ross. That's what I
No,
thought.
the Betsy Ross thing is as a like a folktale. It has nothing to do with Betsy Ross. I know people read that, but
The other thing is the national anthem. There's like more verses to it than what everyone knows and sings, right?
Exactly, and they get a little. Yeah, they're different.
Yeah, I guess
they're different.
Yep.
It just shows us that we don't know everything we know. My whole point of asking questions is like we don't know everything. We live in America. We love the Statue of Liberty, but we don't even know what the hell it was brought here for. Most of us don't. That's what I was getting at. It's like,
yeah, oh yeah, good point. Like I definitely don't know everything. Well,
but if you ask someone from Germany or France what it is, they would know. That's the crazy thing about America,
right? Which is pretty
right?
sad about America too, right? Like other countries know more
My
about
microphone working?
America.
Fuck.
So Planner's talking about Prometheus. Was he a good or bad guy? I don't know, but Prometheus, from my heard, is like used as a surrogate for Satan, or Lucifer, because the light bearer, because that's why the Rockefellers have a statue of Prometheus outside of their big building down in New York.
The UN buildings have some crazy looking statues too, I must say. Like a dragon. You saw that, haven't you? Like it's a big like dragon with fangs, and it's supposed to be like the UN, you know what I mean? It's like supposed to be a place of peace.
Oh yeah,
Some of the weirdest stuff.
And they got Lucian, like they used to be called Lucifer Trust or something. Like the bookstore or something in the UN is Luciferian. That was also made by Rockefeller, like Prometheus and whatnot.
Yeah, that's
and it has to do with Gnosticism, because like in Gnosticism they make Lucifer the good guy and God's the bad guy, and so that's why that Prometheus mythological story is popular with them because
There we go.
it's like he stole light to give to humanity or something. Because it gives the image that like Lucifer's a good guy. He's out there. He's the light bearer.
Now, when you read up on Lucifer, I don't know if people know this, but he was in control of the worship, in quotes, in heaven. And it says, like, when you read the description of him, it was like he had horns and instruments coming out of his chest. So when he came here, he influenced the people. I mean, it sounds crazy, right? But all of the dark music that's out there now, like sell crack, sell your mama, everyone's a hoe, all this crap. This is all influenced by that. It's all meant to drag people astray, basically.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's poison for the mind.
But I mean, his ultimate goal, as far as what the Bible says, is to do everything against God because he hates him. So like, if you're doing good, he wants to make you do bad. He wants you to go to hell because he hates God. But that's the whole idea of it anyway.
Yeah, I 100% agree with
Sounds crazy, right? But I mean, so does we're gonna get attacked by aliens, and you know that Joe Biden didn't have dementia, and that Camel could actually win. You know, there's a lot of weird stuff going on.
What are you talking about?
You know
You clap for that. You clap for that, you stupid bastards.
Anyway, I just found it funny that they were tearing down all the statues, and like if you asked any of them why, they don't even know. It's just some dark past we have. We have to get rid of all these statues, and you don't even know what they are.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought it was ignorant. So Sharon Stone's right again.
Yeah, you are not happy with Sharon Stone, Dave.
No, bro, I'm ripping her because I just, I take offense to some snooty chick that all she did was show her crotch on TV.
I like what Forging Thoughts comment earlier in chat when he said that she couldn't reenact that because her balls would fall out.
What?
Who knows? I believe that's definitely possible. She's a man, baby.
It's a man, baby. It's a man.
I know she doesn't look the same as she used to. That's for sure.
No. We're using the word she rather
dude,
loosely.
When it first pulled it up, I was like, "Oh, that's Sharon." Like, I just remember Sharon Stone from way back when. I'd walk right by her in the street and just be like, "Who's this ugly bitch?"
I was waiting for her to bust into an Oak Ridge Boys song. I was like, what the hell is that?
Oak Ridge Boys song.
Giddy up, bum, 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 bum.
She looks like a dude. Even her hair's kind of short. You know.
She's got that Nick Nolte from 1999 thing going on.
Yeah, the slick back hair.
How you doing?
Well, gentlemen, I must bid you all a fond adieu.
Right.
Thanks for having me up, you guys.
Real quick, Peanut, before you get going, Dave, did you get a chance to see the cartoon?
Oh.
No.
Oh, can I play it again?
Do you want to play it real quick one more time, dude? This
Yeah.
This makes me so happy, dude.
I included you two, Dave. You and Steve. I'm thankful to both of you guys, so I thought I'd put it together. All right, so you put it in here real
I'm
quick.
thankful for you, brother. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. It's awesome.
Oh, you're very welcome.
Your logo just makes me happy in general. I'm just saying.
All right.
That's
why I picked it. Actually.
It reminds me of, obviously Mr. Peanut, but also of Monopoly.
That's why I picked. It's exactly because I thought it looked goofy with a monocle. I know it's got symbolism in it, but that's not the intention. It's just because it looks funny to me.
I like it.
Okay, so I'm glad you like it because some people don't like it. All right, so let's go here. This is for you, Dave and Steve, and for Snooks too. Okay.
Oh man, epic. So
It keeps
epic.
going. Hold on, it keeps going.
Oh,
I
really?
was supposed to blow up the Earth hours ago. There was supposed to be a kaboom. Where is the earth-shattering kaboom? Clearly, those puny Earthlings, Steve Harloha and Dave, are behind this mutiny and sabotage. Let's replace the Acme 5000 space modulator and blow up the Earth.
Suffering ash. Why would you blow up the Earth? Does this have something to do with Snooks?
No, Dave's not here. Now can't you see I'm busy?
To put Dave
Yeah, what's up, Doc? Did I hear you right? Did you say you were trying to blow up Elon Musk? Well, Peanut?
Why, Steve Harloha, I am going to blow them both up, of course. No, not that these PC computers. They're so naughty and so complex. I should have called Acme Tech Support. I'm just about to solve Earth's fuel problem. I'm going to blow it up.
That's awesome, man.
Dude, that is epic.
Awesome. I'm glad you liked it,
Yeah.
Dave.
He's
Travis.
so it's Snooks, and he's all, no, Dave.
Travis, thanks for letting me know what you like to do in your spare time. I appreciate it.
All right. I'll see you guys. Appreciate you
Later,
guys.
brother. Thank you,
All right.
man. That was
Oh,
No,
yeah.
man.
Thank you.
Peanut,
All right.
much love, much
Later.
aloha, brother. You're welcome anytime, man.
What's up?
Anytime.
Aloha. Appreciate you, Steve. Thank you. Mahalo.
Thank you.
Later, Fortune
Yeah,
Town.
brother.
Nice to talk to you.
Later, dude.
Bye. Bye, everybody. Woohoo.
And then everyone in chat that is here from the Nut House, thank you guys for being here. And anyone that isn't subscribed to Nut House, definitely go check them out.
I'm gonna drop his link.
Definitely go subscribe. And yeah, good people. He's got great videos.
And he's
Yeah.
crazy as I am. I love it.
Yeah, just all around good people, man. Just
So can you hear my mic now?
Yeah,
Okay.
that was so
Thank you,
epic.
sir.
That has to take a while to do, man.
Oh yeah. Well, he was saying earlier too that he was running out of time, so he just finished it with the blowing it up. But that's the first time he didn't play it on his channel yet. So and he played another one before that, which was really good too. You have to go back and watch. I think we were half hour in, maybe. But that one wasn't a cartoon. That one was more conspiracy related, but very good. But he played both of them here for the first time, which I'm honored and appreciate because yeah,
Absolutely. Absolutely. I need you guys, please, to go and hit that like button for us. If you would, man, support Steve's algorithm, all the work he puts in. Really
Yeah, you bastard.
appreciate it. And if you don't, you're a schmuck. No.
yeah, we're at 40 likes now, and
hit
yeah,
that
I am
like.
loving the fact though that our numbers are doubled from like 2 months ago. So
Yeah, keep going up, keep going up. At the end of the day, though, we never get a big head, and
right, yeah, this
good.
is always gonna always be us because humble, got to be humble. It's just to me, it's my reality.
I don't want a Lambo, but I would like to live in Hawaii. I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, it's kind of like when a lot of people, because I've worked for a lot of celebrities and and when I see people get starstruck or whatever you call it, I don't get it because it's like, why are they just have a different career and they just happen to have more money than you. Why does that make them better? Then, like,
Hey,
why
Travis.
is that programmed in people's heads that think that, oh, if you got more money, you're better?
So, Steve,
No.
me and you are in the same boat then a lot of times because me and you do estimates. I did a lot more back in the day, but it didn't matter if I was going to just grandma's house on the corner or I was walking in a major business, like with a CEO of a Fortune, whatever. It didn't matter who it was. I always went in there going, this guy's just like me. That was my
Yep.
attitude. He got dressed like I did this morning. If I don't get it, I don't get it. But I'm going to treat him just like I treat grandma in the corner. A lot of times I got the jobs, man. You know, and
Yeah,
they're just
exactly.
people. They just have more money than you. That's all it is.
It's perspective. It's
Yeah.
just perspective. You know, there's a great
And
line from Smokey and the Bandit when Sally Field is talking to Burt Reynolds like he's nothing. And she's saying, oh, you don't know this Broadway show? You don't know this Broadway show? And she starts laughing at him. And he says, okay, do you know who Charlie Pride is? Do you know who Merle Haggard is? Conway Twitty? And she shakes her head no to all of them. And he says, how stupid you are may be directly related to what geographical location you're standing in. It's all
Right.
subjective.
It is. That's a great line, actually.
I mean,
love that line.
I've done jobs for people out here that I knew they weren't just, you know, they weren't working for Walmart or Target and living the way they were living. I knew that, you know, but I didn't care. And then I would find out afterwards that they're like world famous and shit. I still didn't care because it's like, good for them. I mean, they're successful, good for them. But how does that change anything?
Yeah,
How
like
does
I
that,
told you, I work for some of the Lions, man, and like I told you, I met one of the guys, I met his wife, I met the 3 kids. At the end of the
Yeah.
job, they gave me a huge tip. They gave me like wooden, beautiful furniture, $1,000 furniture for my kids. They're like, hey, you want this? We're getting new. Yes, they was all beautiful, made out of maple. So I brought it all home to my kids. They thought they were rich. But then the next week I was at another house and she paid me with Charles Rogers' check and found out that she was the weekend
the
place
side.
for all the
Oh, yeah, you were saying that the other day. Yeah.
yeah. And what I didn't say is that's where they all met and hung out for the weekend and partied. And then he went home and was a family man during the week. And she
That's the
was
part
still with
I
it.
couldn't understand. Is he said that they knew about it, and I'm like, what the hell?
And they're all
Just
cool
seems-
as long as they live in that nice house and drive the nice car and they got the money. They just don't care, man. Which to me is like basically you're a prostitute in my mind, but
like
whatever.
selling your soul.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're doing it for materialistic things and not for, yeah.
The nicest lady I ever met, though, his wife is really nice. I mean, who gives you $2,000 worth of toys for your kid?
Right.
Someone who didn't have to work for the money.
Yeah. I'm talking about like the refrigerators and the little stove with the knobs and all the crap, but it was made out of maple.
Jeez.
Dude, you know when I first felt like I made it is when I finally had a fridge in my garage.
Yes.
I
Yeah.
was like, I got a fridge in my garage, dude. I made it.
When I had a stereo and I had cable in the garage and could watch football over my Polk audio surround
Yep.
sound,
That's
I was like,
making it, right?
me and my daughter stayed out late that night, and at like 2:00 in the morning, we watched It with the clown movie.
Oh yeah, dude, this is
In
a
the
crazy,
dark.
yeah. Yeah.
And we were like, because me and her were like fearless. We're like, everyone else is like scared of clowns. We're like, we're gonna go outside in the dark and watch it with the door open in the garage. We weren't scared. We were actually laughing. Like, oh,
You know what it
don't
was
look
for
at
me?
the light.
For me, the moment where I thought I had made it was when I bought my first lawnmower. I was like, I actually need to buy a lawnmower.
Right.
I don't know, something about that. I was like, I have the necessity to buy a lawnmower. This is a great day.
Dude, it is though, because actually I just bought my first lawnmower like 3 or 4 years ago, but I've had lawnmowers before that. The one I had before that I had for like 5 years, but I found it because someone was throwing it out for bulk pickup, and I was like, dude, that like, and it was just they just kept putting too much oil in it, so I cleaned it up I fixed it, and I had that. But like 3 or 4 years ago, I actually purchased a lawnmower, and same thing. That's like a good like, dude, I own
Yeah,
a lawnmower. Like I've always owned a lawnmower, but I
I have a
bought
lawnmower.
this
Why? For
lawnmower.
my lawn.
And
Right.
guys, listen, I sissied out and actually bought the battery powered freaking Ryobi, which I said I would never do. Was
You're
buy one of
fucking
those.
dead to me. You're dead to me.
That's what I'm saying. Like I lost my whole man card that day, but it was like
It's
600 bucks.
man. Hallelujah. It's
It was
raining, man.
600 marked down to 239.
Oh,
And
yeah.
it runs for 2 hours straight, and it's quiet.
Yeah,
And
you were telling me it is pretty powerful for. I'm sure they are now, especially compared to when they first came out.
and it has
yeah.
a headlight, so literally, like when it's dark, you can just
In case you want to mow at night.
Well, usually when I get to
quiet.
cutting my grass, the sun does go down, and it's like so. A lot of times I think about that day. I'm like, man, I remember Dave telling me that his got headlights on it, just to get that extra 20 minutes in the finish.
And it's
you
not
know?
loud enough for your neighbor to hear it inside their house, so you're not
Right.
bothering anybody either. So they
That's
think
why I'm glad the
weird.
vacuum cleaner has a headlight on it, so I can vacuum at 2:30 in the morning and not wake anybody up.
Right. That's
It's like when I like to fly my kites at night too. Just like 2:30 in the morning, just go outside and fly a kite. It's not creepy at all.
I like to walk alleys.
Vacuum.
Large amounts of cat.
That's funny,
People wake up
dude.
at midnight. What are you doing? Nothing.
Why
Tidying up.
do vacuum cleaners have a light on the head? That's funny as hell, man. Why?
Like the original reason I bought that lawnmower with the headlight was because like 4th of July, I was having a party the next day with like 50 people, and there's no way I was going to get everything done, so I knew I was going to be into the night to get the lawn done and the pool clean, perfectly blue. So I bought it that day. Plus, I got a credit card from Home Depot, so I was like, cool, give it up. I'll buy that.
Yeah.
But the batteries last, man, an hour and a half ish. And I was like, wow, that's no gas smell. You don't smell like the clippings or anything when you're done. You can continue to wear the clothes you had on.
Yeah.
So
Now you smell like a lady.
A little gay. It's a little gay, but it's cool. It's cool.
I kind of like that.
Oh God, you turned Steve. You got the gay.
No, the clipping smell and the gas smell. I don't know. It's just kind of like muscle
No,
cars.
it's
right?
one of those
Like,
smells. It's one of those nostalgic smells. It's like when, like on a hot summer day when the water hits the asphalt. It's one of those smells that, like, you're like, it's this type of day.
Yeah.
I just don't like the smoke tailpipe when it's not running right and it's just blowing the white.
What I hate is when I haven't had this yet, which is awesome because it's been over 3 years for sure. And every time if I don't even use it for a month and I go to start it, first pull, still every time first pull.
Yep.
But when it gets to the point where it's like, and then you prime it and then like, and it takes forever to get it started. Like, I'm sure you don't have that problem with electric.
Well,
right?
It's only one of 3 things. That's why I love them. They're simple.
No, I pull the handle. I pull the handle with both hands and I press the button and it just turns on.
Right.
And then I press the other handle and it goes faster than I can keep up with it. So I have to turn it down to like level 2.
That's pretty good if it goes that fast too for battery.
And it's light. Like if you pick it up in your car, it's only like 30 pounds.
Yeah, that's true too. Because I always have to take ours to go cut the rental one too, and
sucks, don't it?
Yeah.
And you know how
sell him on this battery powered shit.
You know how they get hot too. The mufflers on the lawnmowers get hot.
Oh God!
You ever been burnt?
Here he goes.
I got burnt with one. Seriously, on my forearm before. So
he's going to be emailing you catalogs.
I'm telling you.
Don't go to the dark side, Steve.
I'm gonna send them one in the mail.
I probably won't, but or if I did,
it comes with a free pair of roller skates and a bedazzler for you too.
Nothing is like the battery powered blower though. I'm serious. You can literally use that inside your house and like blow all the dust out the back door. And
I got a mini one of those that Same thing. Someone was throwing it out in their bulk pickup. Yeah. I picked through people's trash. So what?
So what?
I got a weed whacker,
I seen it,
but it's
and I fixed
20
it.
volt.
And it's battery operated DeWalt mini blower. So it's not for like the yard and stuff, just like a mini one. And dude, that thing's powerful and you can't even hear it.
Stick it in the dog's mouth and watch his cheeks go. Yeah.
I don't think that's what they're for.
Pretty sure that was in the original ad when they were selling them. The dog.
You're like, I looked at the manual. It's in the Ryobi one.
It slices, it dices, it blows your dog's cheeks.
It blows your dog's cheeks up.
Yeah, you don't have to take your dog for a car ride anymore. Just grab the blower. I'd like one of those robotic ones.
I have a electric, like with my DeWalt 20 volt set. I have a weed whacker that's pretty good. It just takes the same batteries as my drill and my sawzall and everything.
Have you ever had like a dirty car and just opened up all 4 doors and just took the blower and blow your seats like down in the crevices and in your trays and just blow it right out the door?
Of course, this is America. Why would
screw vacuum? I don't want to vacuum it. I'd blow it out the door, bro. It's like,
when in Rome,
Hey,
those drive-through coin-operated car washes. Heck yeah.
Yeah, get one of
I
those.
want to say what's up to Nunya Ghetto Business at all. And Georgie
Nunya.
wants to say hi. Hi, Nunya. Georgie
Nunya,
loves
that's
you.
my girl.
Nunya.
Yeah, me and Nunya
What up,
we
Nunya?
go way back. We go way
I think
back.
I might have actually found Nunya's channel from you, Steve. But
really?
she
Okay.
recently deemed me one of her what the hell did you call it? Nunya nights.
Nunya nights.
Oh,
Nice.
Yep.
You have arrived.
I guess. I
Yeah,
feel special.
one night, man, we had so much fun one night doing like nostalgic shit. We were doing prank calls like we used to when we were, oh, so much fun, man. I made up the character Georgie and Creek. Oh, dude, it was just a lot of fun, man. A lot of fun.
Dude, I popped into her chat for like the first time. I popped into
Angels
her
Don't
chat
Fall. He just left Angels Don't Fall. Sorry, man, but go ahead, Fortune.
I was gonna say I popped into her chat for the first time like maybe 2 months ago, and I just heard the subject they were talking about for maybe 5 seconds and saw the person they were talking about. I was like, dude, this person is AIDS. What is this? And she's like, okay, you fit in. I like you.
Okay. Well, I'm on our channel right now. I'm already subbed, unfortunately. I was going to sub, but I'm
Can't sub if you already are.
No, but I'm looking at this. The first short has almost 1,000 views. It's Donald Trump dancing. It's that new Donald Trump dance or whatever.
What happened, man? So Angels Don't Fall was here in the very beginning, and Jalen was here in the very beginning. And then what was going on that was so big you left and come back at the end?
Yeah, you missed
it, man. Hey, all you gotta do is just go back and watch.
What's up, D Libby 68?
You missed, to answer Jalen's question, you missed a lot. It was good. Very good.
Yeah, that's right. No mercy.
Hey, D Libby.
You know what it means when you come in 3 hours late? It means you didn't give 2 craps about us and waited till your show was over and then came back to us. See how that?
What if they were busy, Dave? They might have had things.
Now the world, because
could
of that, the world is going to end.
Yes.
Which we won't say what that reference is about. You'll have to go back and watch. But now because of that, the world's going to end. So you have to hit the like button. Otherwise it will.
So I'm subbing D Libby
Monty.
showing up 3 hours late. I appreciate that effort.
Monty.
But you know what, though? I think the time makes a big difference too, Dave, because Tuesday night, I just decided at the last second. I'm like, no one else is live. I'll just go live. And, dude, as soon as I started, 48 people were, and I was like, holy shit, what? Like,
I
right
watched
off the
some of
bat.
it. Yeah, I watched some of it.
Yeah.
You guys are pretty bold, but I watched some of it. No, I'm kidding.
D Libby, how you doing?
It was
good to see
long.
It was really long. It was like almost 7 hours.
Oh, Monty, remember my nickname.
I was gonna end around 4.
No, you weren't.
And then it just kept going. I'm like, shit, man. Like,
I was gonna take one for the team and watch the whole thing, but dude, I was like, oh my gosh, it's 7 hours long.
you're right. It was definitely long as. But
So what's up
karaoke
with?
night, holy shit! I haven't done karaoke in like a year.
Did you ever figure out how to get the karaoke working good, like with making sure that the sound was all matched up and everything? Did it work?
Yeah, we got
Okay.
yeah.
I never got a chance to catch any of them.
I just kind of got, I don't know. It was repetitive. It was like same, and nothing against it or anything, but I don't know. It was just, same people every week, same songs, 6 hours every week. All,
You need me to
and
come on and
kinda
sing a
got
bunch of like diva tunes. Like you need me here singing like oh, I want to dance with somebody.
Right.
God, dude, I would pay for that.
You
I would
know
pay.
it.
I would. Steve, whenever Steve sends me his mixer, so I can have, I'm gonna sing like 5 songs and post them all. Y'all are gonna hear some dead cats dying or dying cats.
Nice.
Oh shit! I'm going to put that in the mail tomorrow then, because it's
Bro,
still
I will.
Christina
I'll send you money, postage, and all that. Or you
But
can
yeah,
just tell me which
I
one
can
to
still
buy.
see it from where I'm sitting, and it still has that sticker on it that says Dave's.
Just show me which one to buy.
I'll just send you this. I'll probably never use it again, so I'd rather not put it to waste.
I thought you had. Didn't you buy a new one? What's up, Full Money?
No, I got a new mic, and then my mic connection isn't XLR, so I couldn't hook it up through that. Or something.
Oh yeah. Jalen
Full
A.
Monty, always good to see you, Monty. And D Libby. I haven't seen D Libby in a minute. And there's Cola. Aloha Cola.
He's always late. He's got a big old hot dog on his plate.
Yeah. We are going on 4
What's up,
hours.
Cola?
So usually we only do 2 hours. But
Festus?
we had Dave had stuff going on and he got here after an hour in. And we had the Nut House on, which thank you again, the Nut House thank you, Peanut, for coming on panel with us. It was a great
think
show.
of all the time zones we are representing right now. This is a summit.
Yep. Yeah, I mean it's 9 p.m. for me. It's only 9 p.m. on Thursday night.
Yeah.
So.
I'm in the future, Steve.
It's like 11 for you.
11:03.
And like 3:03 for Dave, or 2.
It's 2:03. Yeah,
2:03 for Dave. Yeah. 1 a.m. for Nunya.
Which?
Whoa.
Yeah, so we got 9, 11, 1, and 2 covered. So who's got 10 o'clock and 12 o'clock? I don't even think we could cover those.
Someone from Canada?
No, Canada's East Coast time, right? Canada's same time as you, I think.
Canada. Oh, did you hear what that? Real quick before we go, did you hear that Donald Trump told Canada and Justin Trudeau that they should be the 51st state or the 52nd? What was it? I'm so stupid right now. Anyway, wanted
they're
them to be
saying
a
they're going to
state.
make it another state of the United States.
Yeah.
I did hear something about
I
that.
think he was serious too. He was serious. Like, why not
impeach?
Right, immediately
impeach him.
Just the fact that he sat with Justin Trudeau, he should be impeached.
I hope he didn't get the gay on him.
Oh, I think I feel a little gay. I feel gay. It feels tremendous.
I sat there for about 20 minutes and I instantly wanted cack.
I want to talk.
Was a meeting. Justin sent me oil. Lots of oil. When you rub it on my nipples.
Oh shoot, angels don't fall, man. Oh shoot, right on. Yeah, that.
Wait,
God bless you, man, because that's what Dave's doing too, taking care of his mother.
25 channels, bro. God, I thought I was good with 10. Oh,
No, God bless. No, I'm not. I wasn't ribbing on you or making fun or anything. I'm just.
oh,
But no, God bless you for taking care of your mother like that, man. And that's
Dave, how's your
very
mom
good
doing?
stuff.
oh man, not good.
I'm sorry to hear. I shouldn't have asked. I apologize.
Not good. No, it was a rough day, man. She got up walking for about 4 times, and by the 4th time, her legs were so weak and shaking that she was like losing her ability to stand up. So
How long has she been? How long has she been like on bed rest? How long has she been down?
the 6th, I found her face down in the house, and then we stayed in the ICU. And then we went to rehab for 16 days, and then on the 29th, we came home to my house. Which, what is it now? The 5th or 6th? The 6th. So this is a week today. And in that time, I have gotten a hospital bed and a hospital table and a commode and a recliner. Oh my God, dude.
Well, let's just hope maybe she just needs to build up her strength in the legs a little bit, get more used to walking around.
We got her eating. I mean, she's eating a lot. Well, I just got to get her strength back. So,
You want me to send you some supplements? Get her all yoked up?
dude, she's got so much insure, man. We could feed half of Africa right now.
I'm just saying, bro. Get her on that Macho Man diet.
Right.
2.5 weeks, she'll be like, yeah.
The thing is just rebuilding the strength in the legs and arms. That's the hard part. So
well, hopefully, like I said, hopefully she just needs to move around more, and it'll help her build up the strength, and then it won't be too taxing on her, you know.
Yeah, I appreciate that. We're gonna have an army of PT and OT people coming through here and helping her walk and get more than just me and my wife. It's not enough, just me and my wife. We got to have more help.
Could she do like while she's in bed? Would she be able to do like any kind of like rubber band, kind of just moving her legs around a little bit?
Yeah, we do like
kind
bicycles, bicycle leg. But
cool.
The thing is that she's so skinny that she gets really sore real easy from almost anything.
Right.
Sucks.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like maybe the rubber band stuff would be beneficial because then she could at least stay stretched out so she doesn't get all, stiff from the bed.
You'd probably put one end in her toes and pull it back with her hand, and it'll let go and snap me in the head because I'm so close to her.
Like, well, look what I learned.
Yep.
All right, well, best for her, man. I hope she's on the mend. At least she's home.
The current situation here.
Nothing's worse than being in the hospital. At least she's home.
That's the mom. So she's crashed right now.
I love mom so much.
Yeah, she's crashed out. Try not to bother her or be too loud, but I'm always loud.
I was gonna say, I'm not gonna say anything. Well, while we're looking at her, I feel like my voice would scare her. Like, didn't mean to wake you.
Tired.
Right.
Like, hello.
It's tough, man. She probably
Who's a sleepy little lady?
She'd be like, what the fuck is going on?
Just start singing to her.
She's feisty though, man. She'll swing on you.
She'll swing on me.
I said, man, she's a tough cookie, man.
Hell yeah.
She raised me
too.
I've known her since I was 9, 10 years old, and yeah, she's a very tough woman.
Hey, maybe that's the ticket to her recovery. Just let her beat the crap out of a couple guys.
I was always trying to hook up Steve's dad with my mom.
Yeah. They're a lot. They're both, my mom or my dad and my other mom are both selfless, both tough, and don't take no shit from nobody, but at the same time, very caring and kind. and selfless and loving. And
I just never met anybody that did not complain, like as sick as a dog and hurts all over the place, and just listens to me whine about how I hurt.
Mhm.
And then I go, what am I doing? So I learned to stop telling her like all the bad stuff that's happening at work and stuff, because I noticed it was stressing her out. But you know, that's your mom. You always do that your whole life, but at some point you have to stop that stuff. It affects their mental health.
It's crazy when you get those wake up calls of who, you know, what real strength is, and you see people who just are undeniably stronger than we could ever be. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and the weakness. Yeah.
I saw that at the children's hospital. You know, my daughter, kids her age, it's incredible. Stronger than I'll ever be.
The innocence of a child, man, is amazing to me.
Oh, dude.
I'd rather be with kids
I
any
tell
day.
everybody, man. My daughter would wake up from a spinal tap and her lower half would still be numb, and I'd be crying, and she'd try to drag her lower half over to me to make me feel better. It's like that's just such a wake up call. It's like, wow, I feel like a piece of shit, man. I could, like, this little girl is so damn strong.
You're blessed, man. You're blessed.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm a much better man for having known her, for sure, without a doubt.
Well, we'll see what happens
Well, now I feel
tomorrow.
like an asshole. Well, now I feel like an asshole.
Because you are.
No, I feel like an asshole.
Why?
Because I want to be that good of a person. I try to be, but yeah, I still complain about my foot. Like I'm in so much fucking pain, you know. But people are in way worse pain.
I went
than
to the
me.
hospital. My shoes fell off.
Their generation.
I stubbed my toe.
My feet are swollen. I can't walk around, and my shoes fell off.
That's pretty good. Who is that? Sounds like.
Oh God. Oh, my shoes. Can you get my flip flops? I need my shower shoes. Please get my shower shoes with the foamers.
Bent my nipple backwards.
Sweet Keith, can you get my cracks? Get my cracks.
Need band-aids. Idiot.
Do you do house calls? Oh God.
My fingers hurt from typing.
My bunions are killing me. Something merciful. Oh God.
I have this one pimple under my mustache, and it's just killing me.
I was drinking a soda, and the little thing caught my nose hair, and it pulled it out. I need help.
Hey, I'm not sure if it's a cold sore.
Oh God, it's burning. It's burning.
It's like a little angry ball of fire.
I swallowed the whole ice cube. I think I'm gonna die.
Nina in the morning's like, Steve, what's going on? He's like,
I see the light, honey. My feet. I think I need a priest.
Y'all just got 15 minutes of comedy for free.
I think I need a priest.
I think I need a priest. I saw the light.
No, I opened the window.
No, I saw the light.
It's like
angels don't fall. That was me, brother.
I'm coming home, Elizabeth. I'm coming home, Elizabeth.
I'm coming home, Elizabeth. Here I come.
This is a big one.
Oh man.
This is a big one, Elizabeth.
No, Festus, thank you.
Today's kids, I swear, that's exactly how they are.
Anytime, Donya. Anytime. You got it, girl. As you wish.
I swear to you.
Right. So wait, real quick though, let's hang out backstage for a little bit, and anyone that wants to hang out backstage, just send me an email, or if you got my phone number, text me. But we're gonna go ahead and close this out because we're over 4 hours.
Quick reminder. Christmas is in 19 days. We'll get
really close. Oh, I'm glad you said that, Dave. Another quick reminder, next Thursday, we're going to take a week off because we have Nina's Christmas work party. So Dave, you can still go if you want, Dave.
I'll still be here streaking. Me and Mom.
I won't be here though. I won't be.
I'm playing. Nah, I won't.
Next Thursday, so
we're gonna have a little vacay. Doesn't that make you gay?
Doesn't that make you?
Why are you gay? It's the best clip. That's the best clip ever. That African preacher or the African radio host was like, "Why are you gay?"
Why are you gay?
That is funny.
Didn't that make you gay?
Oh man. Yep. But that make you gay? Why are you gay?
But yeah, so next Thursday, I don't know, maybe I'll still do one afterwards, but it's we got the Nina's Christmas party for work, so but Creek Squad will still be on. Creek Squad is going to start doing Thursdays after our show, so that's
Good
a double
idea.
whammy for
That's a good idea.
Thursdays. You get Steve and Dave, and then right afterwards you get Creek Squad.
Oh yes.
Creek Squad's still a thing.
Cheryl said, "Are you gonna film her party, Steve?"
I do every year. One year we did it live, but the signal sucks. There's like no reception or whatever. But so I won't do it live. But yeah, I record it every year, and then hopefully be able to. Last year I did, but there was nothing really good enough to make a video out of it. So
my dimples are hurting when I smile. They hurt. My dimples. My makeup. What was that?
You record your Christmas party?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
They get wild and loose. What was that commercial that said, my makeup? Is that the zoo commercial?
I have no idea.
That could just be a Detroit thing too. So
I think you
Steve,
made it
you
up.
remember that?
I don't.
It was pictures of animals, and they were like getting ready for it to open, and then the one thing, I think it was a giraffe. He's like, my makeup. Yeah, whatever.
I don't remember.
You're too high.
No, my eyes were too glazed over.
All right, much love to all of you guys in chat. I appreciate all of you showing up. My final thoughts are: take care of those people that you love that took care of you. Don't take the easy way out, man. It's much more rewarding, and you learn a lot about those people and yourself, even. If you're selfish and all that kind of thing, all that stuff comes out, and you can improve yourself and be the best you can for other people. Peace.
Absolutely. What about you, Fortune Thought? You got any final thoughts?
We all tread life. We all tread waters in this life of unknowns. The only thing you could ever hope to do is keep your head above water, and if you can do that just fine enough, be someone else's life jacket. Peace be the journey. Cool runnings.
Yeah.
Right on.
Gotcha.
And mine is, like I always say, at the end of the day, we all have so much more in common than we don't have in common. So stop focusing on the shit you don't have in common and focus on the shit you do have in common, and the world will be a much better place. So it's us against them. So let's all be a team and not so flipping divided, because we're all human, and deep down inside, we all love each other, just like I love every single one of you guys. And thank you all for being here. And shout out again to the Nut House and to Chadwick, Fortune Thought, and the Dave's Not Here, man. Go sub up to both of them. And
much love, Cola.
I normally say something, but it says it at the end of the outro, so I'll just let it say it then. And I love all you guys. Much love and aloha. And see you guys on Sunday.
Yo, Steve Harloha now. Sweep up at night. When Dave's not here, man. Podcast on a Thursday night. How's everybody doing now?
Whoa.
Born in America, you're an American.
That's fact.
Just right after high school, ended up joining the army.
You guys seem way more chill than that intro. Country back, I don't even live there.
Dude, we should get a boxing match.
Smack the shit out of
That sounded wrong. That's a highlight, that one.
Stay the hell out of the left lane. If you want to go.
You're so salty about this guy.
Finally, a law that I can get you from. You're driving the left lane. It's punishable. You don't have to have a massive channel to make an impact, you know?
Steve, you smoke like a girl.
Always there, what?
I do not sound like Jalen.
Do I drop the wheelchair jokes? He's like, fuck him.
You know, that's what the whole freedom of speech is.
That's a good point. Everybody gets a lick.
You don't have to agree with it, but you best defend the right to do it. If you don't know your rights, you don't have any.
You just got it today.
The Constitution doesn't give you rights, you have natural rights.
But they will change your life.
But the Constitution gives you natural rights.
You'll never go back.
Well, Horny Bassett, he ruined it for everything.
I bet he wanted to knock him out.
It's never because of their race, identity, these government nerds that all swear an oath to it. What our freedoms are, because they're so lazy, they don't.
I had a fun night. I haven't laughed that hard in a long time.
You know, don't live on the past or take the present for granted and only think about the future.
People are wearing blinders. They don't understand what
I'm not going to apologize for that. I'm calling them and see it. I'm really disappointed in you. Something just didn't make me and all my money on
I'm guilty of inciting my constitutional rights.
You don't like it, they don't have it. Y'all,
You know, you never see them.
I don't think that God sees
Much love to y'all. Stay straight up, man. God is good. Love each other and be kind.
Much love, much aloha, and most important.
Steve and Dave, not here to behave. Kicking it raw from a studio cave. Flipping the script, making you laugh. Spitting some truth, no need for a graph. Thursday night, we on that grind. Press play and wind and free your mind.